Send stars to show your support. Siri_bot has joined Cerebral Love. Artextric is now live. Streaming VTuber, Draw with me anime art studies and reactions 24 hashtag podcast hashtag animeart hashtag HOWTODRAW hashtag art. Hello, Teach, how are you?
What?
It's been so long since I've watched your stream. How have you been? Bot Rix has correctly joined the channel.
Oh god. I had shit ready to go, and that shit just happened.
Capri8 noted, I'm working on my Twitch alert and gonna be fun. Don't take that the wrong way, it's only because my phone screen was broken and I didn't have enough money to fix it. It just got fixed yesterday.
I turn this down, it's too loud. Someone was saying something to me. So what's up, Jack? What's going on?
Are you good, bro?
Yes, I'm fine.
Thank you. Music too loud.
Why do I even bother doing this shit anymore? I swear to God.
Thank you, Arts, for X 195 likes.
You seem mad.
I'm fine. Anyway, what's up?
How are you? Seem tired.
I'm fine. How about you guys? What are you guys up to? Oh,
WEL, since you asked. I'm working on my Twitch channel alerts and helping Devilus with his channel.
I don't know who that is, but that's pretty cool. Hopefully you guys get that done in time. Hope, yeah, you guys get that done in time and all that great stuff. 100%. Put the feet here, and then.
I found OT something. That Twitch have a saved music list on Spotify. I am XXDG Monique's terrible name, I know.
I'm just not gonna lie to you, bro. I really don't remember who you are. If you haven't been here for a while, then it's gonna be hard for me to remember. I'm not gonna pretend like I remember, because that's just gonna be a dickish move on my behalf. So I might as well just be honest. But if you have been in here and talked to me before, I'm glad that you're back and all that great stuff.
Artextric.
But to expect me to remember, I don't know when's the last you've been in here. I don't even recognize your name or the second name you just mentioned. Not in the slightest. So like, if you've been in here before, that's awesome. And I'm glad that you find my work, or at least my videos, or whatever I do, entertaining or great. But I'm just trying to be honest, I don't remember your name. Because a lot of people come to me and ask me that question, do you remember me? And they won't be like back for like 6 months and then expect me to remember them. Which is the most insane thing I don't understand with this shit. It's usually I get it from TikTok. But I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you find my work fun and all that stuff. So, since I really appreciate that you came back, though. Not trying to be rude or anything. But to pretend like I do remember is going to be a dickish move on my behalf. Because you might mention things I don't remember. I'm not going to play that game and pretend like... But I hope everything is good for you, Jack. I do appreciate you being here. Well,
Capri Cat, I'm here almost all the time, supporter fan of you, Artex.
thank you, I appreciate it. Like, how long have you been watching my stream, Jack? Like, when's the last time you was in here? I'm just curious to know.
It's good, man.
Were you an avid watcher on YouTube or Twitch? Or TikTok?
Ago.
2 weeks ago. Yeah, I'm not gonna remember that. Especially if you've been only here one time in 2 weeks, I don't know. What did we talk about? I'm just...
I completely forgot.
Yeah, that's, see, so I'm saying, like, you know, don't take it to offense if I don't remember you per se. Especially if you haven't been here in a while. I usually do remember it after a frequent amount of being in here, but like, once because people do this thing where they'll come in my stream, come a few times, I do have an understanding of who they are, or at least their presence, and then it won't be back for like 3-4 weeks or something like that, or 2, and then they'll directly change their entire name and then expect me to remember them. And then when I don't remember them, they either get an attitude or they don't respond. So like, I have anger, which is weird because I'm like, how am I supposed to remember you if you change your face? You know what I'm saying? Like, not your face, but like just in general, like your name is technically your face to me. So like, to just outright change it and then expect me to know is like kind of dumb on their behalf. And it just,
the only reason my name is different is because I'm on my Twitch.
Okay. But no, I'm just saying, like, you originally was in here from what, Twitch, YouTube, Kick? Like, you originally found me on what, Twitch, YouTube, Kick?
I could join your TikTok right now if you want me to.
No, it's fine. You can stay over there if you like. You don't have to go on TikTok. I would want most of you guys to go over there on Twitch, because since TikTok's gonna be like taken away anyway, so you might as well go over there and stay on Twitch.
What's your favorite anime? I've asked you this before, but I can't remember what your answer was.
What was the answer? I think it was Gurren Lagann. I think that's what I said.
Can you please turn down your music a tiny bit, Teach?
Okay.
What happened to old boy Sama?
Boy Sama. What are you talking about?
Eat roses and roses, baby. Eat roses and roses, baby. Eat
What are you talking about?
roses, baby. Eat roses and roses, baby.
Thank you.
Roses and
It's
roses,
easier to hear
baby.
you talk.
Eat roses and roses, baby. Eat roses and roses, baby. Eat roses and roses, baby. Eat roses and
There was
roses,
a different
baby.
text-to-speech sound than this one.
Roses and roses, baby.
They're not all the same. All of them are different.
Roses and roses, baby.
All of them are different.
Roses and roses, baby. Eat roses and roses, baby.
Let me see on
Roses
different
and
platforms.
roses, baby.
Anyone from YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, Kick, or Facebook, or any of those other ones that's over there has the robot voice. Anyone on TikTok gets the rocket voice.
Roses and roses, baby. Eat 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 roses and roses, baby.
Yes, they got
Roses
the
and roses,
rocket
baby.
raccoon voice.
Eat roses and roses, baby. 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 Eat roses and roses, baby.
Says lol, I broke it.
They're lucky.
Yeah, but I can't augment the voices that you hear on over there on YouTube and Twitch. I'm not paying for that. I'm already paying for the Rocket Raccoon voice. You guys
I
can
heard
hear.
him.
So okay, let me see that there. Bodies like that. That's a boring. This is a boring. Okay. Okay, let's see.
Where did you learn to draw so good, and when you first started drawing, did you start on digital or traditional?
I started traditionally, and I only got better at drawing because I forced myself to practice. I didn't draw because of some student or some school or anything. I just forced myself to watch to improve based on looking at YouTube videos. That's what I did. I just try my best to understand concepts and then apply them. They're usually very hard to do, but you can eventually get them after practice and practice and practice.
Says, was anyone on your family line an artist?
Yes,
What
my
game
father.
do you mostly draw characters for?
Games? What do you mean? Like, have I worked on any games and did drawings for? Is that what you mean? My father and I think the rest
Yes.
of the other people in his family can draw. I don't know if drawing's a hereditary thing. I don't think so. I think it's more of like an interest. I've never drawn anything for any games per se, like for a job. I want to, but that takes time. That's why I'm constantly practicing so I can do my portfolios. Constantly. Okay. But yeah, the answer to the
I
question.
could draw pretty good personally if I have a reference. I could draw something almost exactly the same. For some reason my mom is terrible at drawing stuff, like if she saw a picture of a character or something like an animated person, she can't drive it, but she could sit down outside and draw our whole entire neighborhood. I don't get it.
Well, it's based on practice and repetition. So like, if I ask you to draw something with grids, it may not be easy for you because of the method that's being used, but if you're used to doing a particular method, it usually works for that person. So maybe references is not our thing. Maybe it's more based on imagination, or at least memorization. It happens.
Maybe you need more than a hotel room.
It's more like what works for me may not work for thee. So it's one of those type of concepts that kind of comes in. That's why not every artist is the same. Just because I can draw well or paint well doesn't mean I can draw well. Because maybe the I don't know, the monkey side of your brain is doing one thing as the other is not really computing, it's not really communicating well on one aspect, but it can work on another aspect. So like you can do very good math, but you probably can't do very good reading for whatever reason. That happens. It's a strange phenomenon, but it does happen.
Do you have a specific art style?
No, I don't think I do have one, not yet. I don't think I have one yet, to be honest. This is why I constantly practice. Art styling is based on your understanding of concepts and spatial awareness and a bunch and the eight fundamentals. Once those are recognized, then you can really start having a quote-unquote art style. A lot of people tend to focus on that way
For
too
real,
much.
you draw so good, I thought you might have had one last year type.
No. I'll call it being lucky enough to draw it for it to look decent enough for people to think
I'm
so.
not gonna crash. I'm not sure if your account would be banned for it.
Says, are you drawing any character in particular?
Be a support hero today. By using
I don't know
commands
yet, I'm
like
just working on the
/donation
Says,
working
good
on the
afternoon,
pose
slash
right
cash
now.
app.
I'm not gonna crash.
Artextric is now live.
Not really sure what you meant by that
Streaming
crash
art.
part.
Draw with me anime art studies and reactions 24 hashtag podcast hashtag animeart hashtag how to draw hashtag art. My laptop just made a weird sound. It made my soul jump out of my body.
I wasn't too sure what you meant by that whole, like, damn thing. Hey, bro. But no, I'm not drawing on right now. I'm just trying to get a pose in, and then I'll figure that out later.
I was going to type a curse word, but I wasn't sure if your account would be banned for that.
I don't know why you would. I would refrain to do that. Let's see.
No, it was to put emphasis on my statement.
Oh. Okay. I'm not really. I don't know. I really don't know. If it's like a basic, like, curse word, I'm pretty sure it'll stop you anyway. But, like, if there's some insane shit, then no, don't. I'd rather you not.
New Hershey's Milklicious. Creamy milk chocolate on the outside, even creamier chocolatey filling on the inside. It's utterly delicious.
I told you! They taste like water. They don't even taste like apples. I told you, they're just weirdly tasting. They don't even taste satisfying to eat. They're just like, like what? It's not even sound. It doesn't even taste sour. It don't taste. Not even like non-ripe. It just doesn't taste right. It's like something's wrong with it.
Close for X 108 likes.
It's kind of weird. No, good. I said it to you yesterday. I was like,
Do
why
you
the
like
hell?
sour grapes, or regular grapes? And if you like sour grapes, do you like sour apples?
I like them all, but just like depending on my mood, I like them all.
I prefer sour grape, but wait, are you talking about sour grape like candy or actual sour grape? Fruit?
No, they're talking about the actual fruit. They really said candy.
Sour grape with salt would be good. Really, that's very out of the norm for people.
I'm going to need some sauce.
Tahini! I want
Ice.
to try it.
pretty sure it feels strange.
Because something isn't straight and it's like weird.
Hmm.
Do you put sauce on your art regularly?
I'm not really sure what that means. Is that new Gen Z term, sauce? Like stylization, is that what that means?
Okay.
Let's see.
No.
No, I always hate poses like this. They're just so basic. They're crampy.
I
So
don't understand
crampy.
what I'm supposed to say when there's nothing written down from they actually did.
I think the Tokyo Ghoul intro song can body almost any other song.
Sugar, great taste, yeah.
I don't know about that one. Sometimes I kind of think that song's a little too overhyped for its own good sometimes. I think it's just straight bias half the time, but then again, it could be my bias as well, so it's not like it's no different of a response.
I mean, it looks like
Kind of like negates itself.
Winky, wonky wom wom.
Wait a minute.
Doug. Comfortable Doug.
Says good afternoon, everyone.
Hello. Hello, Penny. What's going on?
Why do I think you have some sort of curly afro every time I picture you? I don't know.
Says had a known user for 5 high
Not really sure what to say to that.
Do you think I talk to watch?
Says had a
What?
known user for 5 good afternoon.
Talk too watch? You mean talk too much? Is that what you mean?
Says
Too
he'll be
much.
able to be a student again tomorrow, hopefully.
Okay. I guess you're
So
fine.
many typos.
I think you're fine.
says I'm fine. The real question is though, am I?
What games do you regularly play?
Well, since I'm still suspended from Overwatch, I play Genshin and anything that comes to mind, or anything that I have the time to play, or if I have the time. I was supposed to get Helldivers, but I keep putting it off. And I think it's a little too late for me to get it now, because if I get it now, I think everyone's gonna be kind of like leaving the game now by that time. Kind of this weird crossroads. If I get it, I feel like everyone's just gonna get off it by then. Like,
Did you check out in Pal World yet?
Nah, I don't really
Says
care for it.
Helldivers is good worth getting.
I'm not really into the whole Pal World Pokemon shit anyway. I was not really into that. I find it funny how shocking the game can be, but that's pretty much as far as the game goes. If it didn't have any of that stuff, I don't think anyone would care.
I played it. I have about 3 bases with like 20 slaves in them.
Says Pal World got boring after a couple of weeks.
Yeah. I feel like that's what's going to happen to Helldivers. That's why I'm debating of buying it or not. Alright, that.
Can Verizon 5G home internet powered by the same 5G network as your phone?
Says playing Sons of the Forest with my bro lately, it's amazing.
Video chat, all good. We're here for you.
I don't know, I'm pretty sure you don't have to play the first few games of playing Sons of the Forest, but I'm still behind in that.
I only like to enslave the people. It's funny to me. I ride the mammoth guy and almost killed them, then just abduct them.
I just kind of find it funny in the game you can enslave humans, and then you don't just enslave them, but you can also like butcher them or some crap. That shit was wild to me when I heard that word. I was like, I didn't know about that one. I learned about that I think the other day. I thought that was kind of funny, to be honest. And I remember when people complained about Pal World, the only issue they had was with the enslaving of like
What? I didn't hear you.
The rip-off Pokemon. That was the funniest part. That was their actual
What update?
Complaining about them enslaving the Pokemon or the rip-off Pal World monsters or pals. But they never said anything about the humans, which is really funny. It is what it is, though. Okay, where is the best part of... Wait, what the fuck? Hold on.
I went into the boss fight and I got my account banned because I tried to capture the boss.
That doesn't make much sense. Why would you get your account banned for trying to capture a boss? That don't sound like that's something I should get an account banned for. It just sounds weird.
Well, it didn't get banned, but it completely lagged out.
Oh. That doesn't make no sense. That's just an NPC. You can't do nothing much. I'm pretty sure you could, like, because if you can mod the game, I'm pretty sure you can capture the boss with a mod or whatever the hell. Or so. I'm not totally sure.
I tried loudly crying face,
Says I am
loudly
not
crying
doing
face.
that again. I crashed at 5 last night.
In my solitude.
should I name myself? Let's see here.
Says someone is asking what kind of pen you're using.
Huh? Oh, the pen comes with the tablet. It's not something you can just go off and buy. Yeah, it's only exclusive to the tablet, so it comes with the tablet. It's not, you can go buy it alone, but it's just gonna work for this
Crazy,
tablet
I was
alone.
crazy once they trapped me in a room. A rubber room full of rats. Rats make me crazy, crazy, I was crazy once. Infinity.
Says it's like a $400 tablet, I looked it up. Says I want to buy an Apple Pen, but changed my mind when I saw the price of them. Says LMAO.
The one I have is, I don't think it's 400 anymore. At the time it probably was more. Because when I got it was back in 2015, or 2015, 2016. So it's like...
She is breasting googling my iad.
Let's see. Let's see. What did you say?
Star Destruction, boy.
How do I make that work?
Bahamas. I sweat droplets red square.
Oh shit,
I want to buy an iPad to sketch with an Apple Pen, but dang, they're way too expensive.
Well, you can just look at the ones that I recommend in my link tree. They all range between $100 to $400 or $500. No, not
my
this
most
fucking...
recent emojis are these eyes, woman dancing, medium dark skin tone, Bahamas person bowing, medium dark skin tone. That's still pricey.
Okay. Well, if you're getting one with a screen, it's gonna be pricey by default. If you get one with no screen, it's gonna be a lot cheaper. It's just the facts of it all.
Your teamwork to the test. There's only one goal: to survive and be the last one standing. Experience combat like never before with mouse and keyboard controls and a larger PC screen. Get started by
Says I looked up a good art tablet and they're like close to $800 and up.
You can always check the ones that I recommend. They'll get you what you need. And they're not
Let's start a war. Which one is better? They showers might showers. Night. Did you watch Popeye growing up?
I did kind of watch it at one point. And he died.
We're Betty Boop, I can't remember what it was called.
I don't really watch Betty Boop, to be honest. knew she was a cartoon, but she was more of merchandise if you think of it now. This is not correct. I'll fix that later.
FR. She was based on a black woman.
I know.
I thought she was based off a white woman.
No, it was off of some black lady, some black singer.
Says yeah, I would see her on purses, clothes, and backpacks.
Yeah.
Which anime are you most looking forward to?
Honestly, right now, I'm not looking forward to any animes right now. Like, I'm trying to catch up on One Piece. That's all I've been just watching now. Every time I get off stream, I just go watch One Piece with the girlfriend whenever I can. I'm just letting every other show just get through their season so I can just binge watch them.
I need to catch up on Bleach and Black Clover. Too much hype not to finish them.
Yeah. I don't know about the anime of Black Clover, given the Arthur's having some family issues because his wife got sick. So I don't know if the anime is still gonna be going anytime soon. If I remember right, I think Boruto right now is on a giant hiatus. For some odd reason or some shit.
Says the one anime I don't like too much is Black Butler.
Probably not, but it's best to catch up though.
I don't care for it though. Yeah, it is. Might as well catch up. That's what I'm trying to do with One Piece right now. I have not been watching any other.
Says that show is cringe.
Which one? Oh, Black Butler. I don't care.
Something is mentally wrong with you. In my opinion, Black Butler is amazing.
No, I don't get it.
All I ask is that you love music.
It's not really my thing.
The crew that brings a smile to
It tends to cater more to women. Like, it seems like women really like Black Butler more.
I don't mind Black Butler, but they act kind of gay.
Yeah. I think that's the whole point.
I'm a guy,
Says
but I
girls
still
back
love it.
in middle school love Black Butler.
Yes.
The new season is actually kind of freaky.
Because girls have some weird obsession with men being very,
How are you going
feminized.
to start off with a little boy getting raped by his uncle?
Dude, can you please? What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Says WTF.
Hold on.
It's how old anime starts. I'm sorry.
I don't know
Says
where
the
the
Black
fuck.
Butler anime is hella weird, but the manga is okay. Says who said that. Watch it.
Hold on. I never put that word in there? What the fuck? That's so weird. Hold on.
What's your most favorite old anime? Like the art style is from a while back but it's still heat.
Hold on. I think it's still Dragon Ball, to be honest.
Says what song is that?
I mean, I like this anime, it's for girls but I don't know why I like it.
Hold on.
Says how far back we talking?
I guess in like 80s or 70s that you refer to. I would just say Dragon Ball still. You can't take it back.
Says Lucy from FT.
It depends.
Hold on. Something's not right. Moderation.
Says I like Sailor Moon from the 90s, I think. Says cool and I'm drawing and cool music and you cool. Says soundtrack wise Dragon Ball Z. Says hello.
Hello, Digimon. Soundwise Dragon. If we're talking, okay, if you're talking about old, I'm talking about Dragon Ball.
Says it's Celty yet.
If you're talking like 90s, Dragon Ball Z.
Thank you, Assyrian King, for X188
Like if we're talking about like early 80s. What the fuck? I hate when it does that. I need to get new speakers. This is stupid now. I'm getting pissed off with this stuff. I'm not even gonna bother to fix it. It can fix itself. Fuck it. I'm not doing this.
Sailor Moon is heat, Yu Yu Hachiko is heat too. I can't remember what the other one is called. It's like Pokemon.
Actually, I shouldn't be playing this music. Hold on. Hold on. You know what? I don't even care. No, I should.
Says Digimon.
Let me see here. What was it
Some
that
people I know might actually want to fight me over that statement.
Sailor Moon is heat. Yu Yu Hakusho is heat too. I can't remember what's the other one called. It's like oh, you mean
You're
Digimon?
right. You're right. That's it.
Yeah, Digimon. Digimon's it.
Sail to distant shores.
Stand up on the prow. Noble bark I steer. Steady course to the haven. Humany foam and humany.
Says, is this a random character you're sketching?
No. I am working on.
There's an anime called Ouran High School Host Club. If you know, you know.
Oh, I know about that. Never watched it really. That was very popular among women. Foam.
My mother told me someday I will buy galley with good oars, sail to distant shores, stand upon the prow, noble bark I steer.
What's your favorite song?
I don't have any, to be honest. I really don't have any. Anything that sounds good. I got really tired of having like a
Be
favorite
a support
song.
hero today.
There's
By
so
using
many,
commands
there's so many that you used to listen to and you
/donation
forget about to like
/
later
cash
on,
app.
and you consider those
Trophy
your favorite.
congratulations.
So
You've
I
received
listen to anything that
100
sounds
messages today with rest
if
ring
it
chat.
genuinely sounds good to me, then
My favorite song is from Happy Feet 2 when the elephant seals came to help the penguins out of the iceberg. I can't remember what they were singing. Anything if I did, I'm not sure if it's a real song.
Most of those songs are usually just covers from other people's work.
Meet Mineral 89 Booster by Vichy, made with the iconic
Majority of, I think, yeah, I don't think a single song from Happy
My favorite anime movies are
Those are
Literally
original
No More,
songs.
i.e., Children of the Sea, and my favorite series is called Angels of Death.
Hmm.
Whenever heartburn strikes, get fast relief with Tums.
Thank you for the follow, guys.
Oh, I bid farewell to the port and the land, and I
Children of the Sea's amazing.
from brave England's white sands to search for my long ago forgotten friends.
I cried when I watched it, I don't know why.
I hear all sailors end as the souls of the dead fill the space of my
I'm
mind.
sorry to hear that, but I'm glad that you at least enjoy the song at the same time.
Peace I can find. I fear not the wind, I fear not the sea.
Says now I want to rewatch the series Fruits Basket.
Of me, when their bones in the ocean forever will be. Plot a course to the night, to a place I once knew, to a place where my hope died
Along with my crew.
So I swallow my grief and face life's final test, to find promise of peace and
The solace of rest.
as the souls of the dead fill the
What do you
space
think your
of my
accountant?
years.
Target audiences.
Children, they're beckoning.
Anime lovers are art people. Usually anime lovers, art, artists, or gamers. Those are the three that usually I cater to. One way or another.
When at last before my ghostly shipmates I stand,
I don't think I care to anything else other than those three things.
my home
On land.
Though their eyes speak of death
Death
filled with
struggle
struggle and
strife.
strife, their smiles below say I don't
don't
owe
owe
them
them
my
my
I don't know why, but your name quality me upside down face slightly smiling face upside down face.
I don't know why your name quality. What is that supposed to mean?
far from drowning, this far from the sea. I remember the living, do they think of me? When my bones in the ocean forever will be. Now that I'm staring down at the darkest of
Says him debating what to sketch
I'm not
next.
sure what I want, but I don't think it's this. As my comrades call to stand fast and forge on, I make sail for the dawn till the darkness has gone.
Your named qualities that I have.
The souls of the dead
I'm not really sure what that still means. Name
as I
qualities?
live all the years that they left me behind.
I never heard that term
Stay on the
before. Name
shore, but
qualities.
still gaze at the sea. I remember
Your name
the fallen,
qualities.
and they think of me.
You mean the three things I just named?
The ocean together
To your question?
will be. I remember the fallen,
mean-
and they
What?
think of
Are you talking about my
me.
target audience? Is that what you're
For
referring
our
to?
souls in the ocean
You say
Yes.
name quality? Okay.
together will be.
Never heard someone say it that way before.
Says hadn't known user for 5. You have anything you wanted to sketch but didn't the time to.
No, not anything in my head that I can't think of right now.
What kind of console or PC do you have?
It's at the bottom of the description if you want that answer to you.
Says I need to finish sketching up that kung fu drawing I started.
Ooh, Kung Fu. Kung Fu. Oh shit, I forgot about... Okay. Keep forgetting about YouTube Shorts. I gotta do something about that.
If you had to pick a mythical creature that you had to draw, what would it be?
I guess I'll draw a familiar. That count? That's count as a mythical creature. Somewhat, I guess.
I like your style.
Thank you. Not really much of a style, but thank you.
Says I wish I could have found a better pose though. Says it's not easy cause I don't really know the names of those fighting poses.
I have a big mind. Can I tell you something real quick? I would like you to give me advice on it.
Okay. Just this once. If it's art, if it's something art related, just this once. I only give art advice to my students, so I fear to them those who actually subscribe, but I'll give you a freebie if that's what you're asking.
Says what are we listening to BTW?
One Piece.
That's one long paragraph.
I'm supposed to say when there's nothing written down from
They actually did. They gave me this late last night, working 24 hours.
Okay, that says 0 sugar, great taste, yum.
That's why I signed you.
It's too long if you want to hear. If you are going to have to read it, I'm sorry.
You can ask. It'll just read it out for you.
I put it on there, but it's not doing it. Also, there's a lot of typos.
Where do you want to send? You can send on Instagram.
Okay.
If you don't know where it is, link in bio. It's in the link tree.
How do I get to your link tree from Twitch?
In bio, in the about section. Actually, it's at the bottom. Kind of impresses me how many people. Oh, never mind.
Says you.
What's up? What's up? Schneeze. I think Schneeze? Saying that right? Schneeze?
This will never end 'cause I want more. Oh, give me more, give me more.
Says name an anim character for edit, please.
Name a character for an edit. Archer. Archer from Fate's Day Night.
If I had a heart, I could love you. If I had a voice, I'd sing.
Says bet.
We should have some fun with that. Make sure to follow. Shensi is Shensi. Wait, it read the name with a number in it? What the hell? I didn't know it was that smart to figure that one out. What the fuck?
If I had a voice, I'd sing. Tangling 1,000 feet from window frame, will I ever reach the floor? More, give me more, give me more. Crushed and filled with all I found, underneath and inside, just to come around. More, give me more, give me more.
Did you send it?
The king and his men stole the queen from her bed and bound her in her bones. The seas be ours beyond the
I couldn't well more like it wouldn't let me.
On Instagram?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Alright.
Thieves and bears, never shall we die. Yo ho ho together, hoist the colors high. Heave ho, thieves and bears, never shall we die. Yo ho ho together, hoist the colors high. Heave ho, thieves and beggars, never shall we die. There once was a ship that puts to sea, and the name of the ship was a Billy of Tea. The winds blew up her bow, dip down, oh blow me, bully boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She had not been 2 weeks from shore, and down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side, harpooned and fought her, and she dived down below. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was free. The captain's mind was not of greed, but he belonged to the whaleman's creed. He took that ship in tow. Soon may the wellerman Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. For 40 days or even more, the line went slacked in tight once more. Our boats were lost, there were only 4, but still that whale did go. Soon may the Wellerman
Isn't it crazy how somebody could randomly dox you?
one day when the tonguing is done, we'll take
Yes, why is that coming out?
I would never.
Okay, that came out randomly.
The Wellerman makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew, and all. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
Want a light scent that lasts? Try Downy Light. With no heavy perfumes or dyes, it's a long-lasting scent that everyone can enjoy. Even him. Get a light scent that lasts with no heavy perfumes or dyes.
How can you tell me the way the story ends? A monster in my heart, a ghost inside my chest. I'm broken till the world around us surrounds my suffering. You smile and laugh at me, but you don't.
Is this English dub of Tokyo Ghoul?
I guess so.
Broken as I am, I'm trying not to breathe. Unraveled I
Says sounds like a cover.
Yeah, sounds to be.
unbreakable, unshakable, unshakable, unraveling since I found you. And now I'm turning to dust in a world that's twisted. So
FR.
Mm-hmm.
Why are there so many bad people in the world? How tall are you?
That doesn't matter. I'm not answering that.
Okay. When you first started drawing, did you have anybody that you drew with?
No, I drew on my own. I didn't really do that shit. I did it before. I'm not saying I haven't done it before, but that's not when I first started. I did that like later in my life. Sometimes that's a good idea, and sometimes that's not a great idea to do.
I usually just drop my brother. Draw.
Draw with or draw of? You said draw with. You mean draw of? Like people I drew of. Not draw with, because drawing with is them right next to you and they're drawing
Draw
whatever.
with.
No. Oh my god.
I'm going to watch Tokyo Ghoul with the first time with my mom.
Okay, that's sounds pretty like a plan. If your parent is cool like that to watch anime and not make a big fuss about it, then that's cool. That's pretty cool.
Be a support hero today. By using commands like /donation and /cash app.
Ships on vigor of the waves of skimming, barren summits to the verdant plains. Each horizon is a new beginning, rise and reign. Far from the fjords and the
Like.
ice cold currents, brave and soar over new frontiers. Songs and sagas of a fate German shields and spears. Vows of favor or the thrill of plunder, pulled together for the clan and kin. Clank of hammers and the crash of thunder, bound within. The echoes of eternity.
Like.
For the ones searching for the products you need, Grainger.com is always there for you. Find high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I don't like the drawing. I may stop. Move on to another drawing.
Shop the weekly ad and
Not
clip
feeling
digital
it.
coupons worth over $500 in savings every week. Plus track fuel points and save up to $1 per gallon. Save big in the app today. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
Oh, what's going on here? Oh shit. Are you kidding me? Okay. That's a weird one. Okay.
Says that song had me in the first half.
I just realized something. Oh, you want to hear
Thank
it?
you, the funny guy, for X 105 likes.
Don't lie, it sounds like Fairy Tale. The business. Oh shit.
Thank you, the funny guy, for X 195 likes.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, the funny guy, for
Says
X
no thought this would
195
move
likes.
along.
Huh? Me neither. I thought it was just some random.
Thank you, the funny guy, for X 390 likes. Funny guy, for X 480 likes.
Pathetic lot.
Thank you, the funny guy, for X 570 likes.
Cutting gem.
Thank you, the funny guy, for X 660 likes. Thank you, the funny guy, for X 765 likes. Thank you, the funny guy, for X 855 likes. Thank you, the funny guy, for X 945 likes.
Go home with
Thank you, the funny guy, for X 1035 likes.
That went hard. I was not expecting something like that.
Ugh, no. Try my Old Spice. You can use it on your pits, chest, and even your toes.
Oh, that's fresh.
Who cleans this best? Tide. Get 3 times the cleaning power when you switch to Tide.
King and his men stole the queen from her bed and bound her in her bones.
There's a reason why I'm having this play, but I'm just seeing where this is going. So far I'm not liking it, but I'm gonna give it a chance for a sec. I wonder how much different Pirates of the Caribbean would have been if they made it into a musical. I don't think it would have been even close to popular if it was. Okay. I am not feeling this drawing. I think I'm gonna leave it behind. I'm not feeling it. It just feels very... Ugh. It feels really boring. I got a better drawing. I got a better drawing. I can't do it because I'm sitting here looking at it. I'm like, not really feeling it.
Can listen to me.
One studio session later.
I've built machines that'll do more damage than Plan B, blurring the lines of reality. I'm not alone. This neon tide is an army that'll turn Bikini Bottom to a war zone. They won't even need a bucket helmet or their eyes to bow down for the rest of their lives. 'Cause now the neon tide is breaking like the last of light. What's real and what's fake, and that doesn't fade. No love, no truth, no lies. Just neon tide.
AI failed.
What happened to my home is not the place I know. This neon is loud, the flower clouds are falling down. My pineapple is great, and Carrie ran away again. Where's Sparkle Boy and Mermaid Man? 'Cause they got this bucket helmet over eyes. I don't wanna live like this for the rest of my life.
'Cause now the neon tide is breaking like the waves tonight. What's real and what's fake will be left up to fate. No love, no truth, no lies. Just neon tide. When the smoke rolls in and the light falls out,
Don't you be surprised.
you're the demand, so I'll supply.
Neon
What's your final wish? Your companion, don't find me out, don't
Oh crap, crap, but you can't take it back.
It's breaking like the waves tonight. What's real and what's fake will be left up to fate. No love, no truth, no lies. Just neon tide. What's real and what's fake will be left up to fate. No love, no truth, no lies. Just neon tide.
Every time you feed your pet Hills, you help feed a shelter pet, which helps make them healthy, happy, and more adoptable, changing their life forever so they can change yours. Science did that.
Says I teach what you're doing.
I'll say goodbye soon, though it's the end of the world. Don't blame yourself now, and if it's true, I will surround you and give life to our world.
Says how many likes do you want?
That's our own. Finally, I'll say goodbye, though it's the end of the world.
Roses of roses,
Says
baby.
it Mini_JIVA and 8
Roses of roses, baby. Roses of roses, baby.
Says it bright for close high. Says your art's so pretty.
That's our own. I'll say goodbye, though it's the end of the world. Don't blame yourself now, and if it's true, I will surround you and give life to our give life to a world that's our own. Say goodbye soon, though it's the end of the world. Don't blame yourself now, and if it's true, I will surround you.
Cheers, love! The cavalry's here! Cheers, love! The cavalry's here!
to hide away. Can you hear? War is coming, beckoning our fate. This is the day that we stand up. This is the day we fight. We'll take our pace, we won't give in. Our victory is in sight. Only a sword in our hand, but we enter the lion's den. We're not waiting for a war. We bring the war to them. We bring the war to them.
Says, have you ever had the app crash on live before?
Your favorite primetime channels are on YouTube. Enjoy the latest shows and films.
So, what are you, my sidekick?
Je m'appelle Samuel Spade.
Get Max, Paramount Plus, AMC Plus, and more.
プチノリミットここからがワンピース All of us 旅人に次ぐその夢はまだにどうじゃいないか眠れない細胞がくすぶまで弾けてく今も All of us 冒険の途中俺たちと共に世界変わり続けてる知られてる語られる出来事なんて飽き飽きだだから誰も見たことない常識に頭せいされたビリビリエレクトリックギア上げろワンピース All of us 旅人に次ぐ果てしない野望口がせないか世界にはからにあった壊すべきフェイスが今も All of us 俺たち待ってる小賢しい一応惑ってくらいじゃ読めやしない愛さ思い刻まれた暗号パチパチノリミットここからがワンピース世界でも運を壊すためにちょうどよくどうかそれと共かく磨けビリビリエレクトリックギア上げろワンピース All of us 旅人へ次ぐ意味のない戦いはないんだバラバラの文脈が意志を持ちつながれば時の糸が紡ぎ直される俺たちと共に世界変わり続けてる り高く飛べ膝の傷はいつかは治るさ未知なる台風楽しもうぜシアの空が近い夢が始まったあの日から目指す未来は同じどうできない止まれない心の太陽沈まない123シャインよ We go 俺たちはここまで来たぜ俺たちは行く夢のありかへ誰も置いてかないぜ台湾ミス一番乗り夢見る心は超でかい冷めないことが大事どうできない止まれない夜明けが遅くてじれた123シャイン123シャイン123シャインよ We go We go 照らす闇僕らは歩き慣れてきた日々も問うた夢は安泰な暮らしだが刺激不足上にダラダラ照らすは闇僕らの歩き慣れていた道はどこだ時はたまに尺だがぬくもりに包まれたら本音があったシルベの方へ思い出すは優しいメロディー永遠はないだとないだというそれもまたいいなと笑ってみる輝けばいつかは光も絶え僕らは命の火が消えるその日まで歩いていくところでなぜ僕らは思考を急にやめているんだ夢は安泰な暮らしだが知識不足はにハラハラ食せる闇をがにすがりついたまま朽ちてくんだここはゴーダの中だが傷跡がひりつきただ水面があった光の方へ手を取るは新しいメモリー夜空が分かつシルベの方へ遮るは堅苦しいセオリー永遠はないだとないだというやっぱ苦しいなどないでみる風船もいつかはしぼむが割れる僕らは命の泉を守り続けて繋いでいけ学びきれずに卒業伝えきれずに実践遊びきれずに決別めんどくさい地獄じゃあるまいして音が出る玩具も痛みを飛ばすものも全部僕にとっての宝物永遠はないだ
Hey Artextric, how are you doing today?
Hey Jacob, what's going on?
Just chilling. Song's a banger.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Like here, I'm trying to tilt the head a little bit more. There we go. We want the head to... Okay, now what we want to grab is this piece of the head, this neck. So what's going on with you? How's life going? Anything cool going on in life?
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app all together. Try 1 month free.
って思い通りいかない世の中空を見て祈ってみたりこけてみんな今よりもっと楽になるでしょほら破り捨てていたベース拾って進もう流れ星が降り注いでるそう影よこの胸溢れてる言葉だけじゃ生きれない幼い僕らなら自由だなバカな夢生きるたまに疲れるそれもいいよ全部悪くない甘いささやきも誘惑だって必要じゃん影よこの胸待ちわびた憧れをたった
Hey anime, what's going on? Oh my god, this is pissing me off. Okay.
Let me show you how we do stuff around here.
Actually, my department uses Monday.com, so I'm good.
A work management tool? No, that's not for me.
Well, Monday.com is all about flexibility, so you can make it your own. You could choose pre-built layout.
You shut up.
If everyone is not special, maybe you can't be what you want to be. それぞれの答え見つかる。1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121,
ないものねだり最高潮だ青春それとスプラッシュ More what you want More what you want More who you want Move just like more If everyone is not special Maybe you can be what you want to be 喜び悲しみ抱えても Your life is your one okay 特別じゃなくても okay それぞれの答え見つかるだろう 愛想笑いレーザービーム空気読めない鬼ダッシュ獅子喪失最高へ恋のお祓いグラフィック More where you go More which to go More how you go Love just like more If everyone is so special Maybe you can be what you want to be 偽り下げずに与えても Your life is your one okay 特別な自分なら okay それ Your life each one again 引き出した汗明けそれができるならば間違わない If everyone is not special So you can't be what you want to be 喜び悲しみ抱えても Your life each one again 特別じゃなくても OK それぞれの答え見つかる
If this is the song you're playing, we can all sing along.
Be right back.
Says okay.
Gather up all of the crew, it's time to ship up Binks's brew. Sea wind blows to where, who knows, the waves will be our guide. Or across the ocean's tide, rays of sunshine far and wide. Birds they sing of cheerful things in circles passing by. Bid farewell to Weaver's Town, say so long to Port Renown. Sing a song, it won't be long before we're casting off. Cross the gold and silver seas, a salty spray puts us at ease. Day and night to our delight, the voyage never ends. Gather up all of the crew, it's time to ship up Binks's brew. Pirates we eternally are challenging the sea. With the waves to rest our heads, ship beneath us as our beds. Hoisted high upon the mast, our jolly Roger flies. Somewhere in the endless sky, stormy winds are blowing high. Waves are dancing, evening comes, it's time to sound the drums. But steady men and never fear, tomorrow's skies are always clear. So pound your feet and clap your hands till sunny days return. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho, yo ho ho, yo ho, yo ho, yo ho, yo ho. Gather up all of the crew, it's time to ship up Binks's brew. Wave goodbye, but don't you cry, our memories remain. Our days are but a passing dream, everlasting though they seem. Beneath the moon we'll meet again, the winds are lullaby. Gather up all of the crew, it's time to ship up Binks's brew. Sing a song and play along, for all the oceans fly. After all is said and done, you'll end up a skeleton. So spread your tail from dawn till dusk upon these foamy seas. Yo ho, yo ho, yo ho, yo ho, yo ho, yo ho, yo ho,
A trio. And a duet. Solo. It isn't right, leaving just the accompaniment.
If you want to join my crew, all I ask is that you love music. Let's hear it for the Rumbar Pirates, the crew that brings a smile to every child. Lagoon, once we travel the world, we're coming right back here. You just wait for us.
That's the one thing I always found it kind of weird in One Piece is that the pirates will have a niche. Instead of just being a pirate, you have to be something else other than just being a pirate. So I guess you don't stand out. Oh god, again with this? No. No. It's cool and all, but no. I can't do this anymore. This is ridiculous. Every freaking... It's just so weird, man.
Is there a doctor on the plane?
The name's Umstick. Dr. Umstick. Get my bag. Scat. Sweet, creamy relief.
Am I gonna be okay?
I have no idea. I'm not a body doctor. Another day, another drumstick.
Look, self-awareness, pride's a coat and yes, I like to wear it. Buttoned up, don't like to let no air in with a pair of gloves that I hope doesn't perish. I discovered though when I get holes in them and I let joy in, I'm in higher spirits. My mistakes are like a screaming parrot, just repeating lyrics. I can barely bear it when I'm lost. Road is narrow, I'm looking down it like a gun's barrel. Aren't we all searching for the serum that could help us breathe and leave our state of peril? All of us are made defensive scarecrows that we scatter around our fields and treat like heroes when they scare away the things that we should cherish. Cause we're too embarrassed to admit the fear is that we're lost. Yeah, but what does it matter? I get too combative inside of me is a personal canvas. The pain can be flat, I get messy when I start to get rattled. The heart of a savage and quiet when I lurk in the shadow. But something on that up, I don't wanna be over dramatic, but look at the data. It's obvious that humans are fragile. We tend to get mad at the ones that call us out, but the fact is we need someone that'll be honest when we fly off that handle. I admit I throw a fit when I begin to unravel. Keep my wits been off the grid, but now I'm back in the saddle. My intent is not to rant, I like to own what I value. I can take you on the fence and maybe pick up the paddle. I like to roll against the current, that's the way that I travel. Opposite of what the grain has got the brain of a rebel. Take initiative, I'm diligent on every level. I never can settle, I like to keep my foot in the pedal. Yeah, I love to pack arenas and all, but what I really wanna do is learn to handle my thoughts and put the reins on them, show them I'm the one that's the boss. I'm pulling back when they get out of hand, I'm breaking their jaws. I'm taking the flaws, they told me I can never revolve. Then pull a bane on them, ask them, oh, you think you're in charge? You ought to know better, ain't no way around it. I'm flawed, the traits that I want. They say I can't afford what it costs, but I manifested this. Failing's how you grow and learn your lessons, kids. Take the worst and try to make the best of it, cause when you fail, just know that it's a test. And if you can learn to pick yourself back up again and train your brain to not be such a pessimist, it's okay to make mistakes, just don't forget that there's a high road, but I skip the exit when I'm lost. Yeah, when I'm lost. When I'm lost. When I'm lost. When I'm lost. Wow, these burdens are heavy, and I'm hoping it don't bury me. I used to be joyful and skip so merrily, but now I'm too cautious and tiptoe carefully. My mind left, and it's nowhere to be found. Am I a big old parody? Cause it's no fair to me. And now I'm at the point where I'm spending a grand a week on hypnotherapy. Look, I'm trying to wash away my sins. I got a group of loved ones that ain't my friends. And if I ever take a nail, then they might grin. And they all wanna see me stay in the cage I'm in. So when it come to anybody, there's no trust for no one. Man, so what? My whole plan's to go nuts. My shoulder's ready for most shrugs. I'm gon' judge anybody trying to enter my circle with no love. My sanity's gone, I'd rather be torn from this planet they planted me on. Your stats a reward. I'm actually bored with having it sorry. heart is torn apart from a family that I don't have anymore. Now hold up. I was living so oblivious with millions, it really was a pity, huh? A pity, huh? It's kinda funny what a penny does, mixed in with a mini buzz. I feel stuck. Life got me by the neck with a blade against it, cause I was running late for the train and missed it. The only thing I feel is pain and vengeance, so I'ma act out like a raging misfit. And every verse I lay gon' stay sadistic. You wanna hate me? Good, great, terrific. You'll never see the day when my anger's dismissed. You better go and change your wish list, cause manifested this. Do not treat me like some adolescent kid. I am praying to the Lord with the book of James, hoping he go at my testament. This dark cloud, that's my residence. Demons knocking, I don't have to let them in. I done made mistakes day to day, you probably can't relate. I just ain't the same when I'm lost. Yeah. When I'm lost. When I'm lost. When I'm lost. When I'm lost.
Once everything's perfectly organized, I'll start working on my thesis.
Grammarly will ensure you feel confident nailing your final thesis by supporting your writing journey from start to finish. Welcome to Ideation Station.
How do I write the perfect intro paragraph?
You start with understanding what makes a perfect intro. Grammarly can highlight precise tips for an introductory paragraph based on the research you've done so far.
An informative and inspiring intro. This is exactly what my thesis needed. Now that I've got a strong intro, I need to take a pass at perfecting some of the remaining paragraphs. Revision time?
Revision time. Here at Revision Division, we ensure your writing is the highest quality it can be. This paragraph can be simplified. Grammarly can paraphrase this by using the Improve It prompt, all while maintaining your voice and keeping your work sounding professional.
Awesome. Let's wrap this thesis up with a neat and tidy works cited page.
Grammarly can help with that. Writing citations has never been easier. You can now cite the AI prompts you used.
Perfect.
Just in case my car goes off the highway, or the plane that I get on decides that it's my last day. I want you to know when you're alone and you feel afraid, you're not the only person in the world that isn't okay. There's millions of us just like you, like you, like you, just like you, like you. There's millions of us just like you, like you, like you, just like you, like you. It's strange the way the mind can wander.
Says
but also
okay.
start to gossip and chat with memories that you and me aren't really fond of. Maybe you're out to find love. Maybe you lost who you was. Maybe you're just like me and feel the need to stay in your rut. Cause if you left it, you might feel like you're no longer you. It's so impressive the way the mind can play with the truth. It's interesting that nobody can walk in your shoes but still relate and feel the same. So in a way, guess we do. You ever think about what it would be like if the clouds were gone and you could see light? If the door was open, would you take flight or just close the curtains up and stay inside? Take a walk with me, take a risk with me. I'm scared too and it gets so tempting when you're so empty to disown everything you hold. Dealing when you know clearly you've been so buried in your own fairy tale. The soul's tearing but your holes in me. I relate to it, but in case you've been thinking no one does, here's a great theory. Throw a Hail Mary, let your mind fly to the sunrise. Could be so scary, make your faith vary. Feel the pain glaring, but the weight carried ain't in vain. Hear me? Hear me? Just in case my car goes off the highway, or the plane that I get on decides that it's my last day. I want you to know when you're alone and you feel afraid, you're not the only person in the world that isn't okay. There's millions of us just like you, like you, like you, just like you, like you. There's millions of us just like you, like you, like you, just like you, like you. So often I feel desperate, I think my heart's infected. How about yours, how about yours, how about yours? I guess it, you feel the best when your life is hectic. You might be destined to stay defective, so join the club, it ain't that hard to get in. It's hard to leave though, look at the guest list. I bet that your name is on it, don't believe me, check it. See dead ends, in life we come to tend to raise some questions. Suggestion, know that your feelings might give wrong directions. Infested, yeah, with the feeling of failure. let it take over your body. It makes you question the life that you have. Situations you might have enjoyed become nothing but dated, old and forgotten. But what would you say if I told you that there was some hope we could make it? I know what you're thinking, I'm thinking it too. Could you really improve and be something worth saving? See, I can pretend like I have all the answers, but none of us do. It's the reason we battle. Convincing yourself that you don't really matter is like feeding a cancer and letting it travel to every part of you. But what if we did? The unthinkable and cancel our trips. What's achievable depends on the risk. So pick up your chin and listen to this. Just in case my car goes off the highway, or the plane that I get on decides that it's my last day, I want you to know when you're alone and you feel afraid, you're not the only person in the world that isn't okay. There's millions of us just like you, like you, like you, just like you, like you. There's millions of us just like you, like you, like you, just like you, like you. Yeah. Everybody falls sometimes. Just remember that that's alright. It's the rainy days that give us love for the sun, and if it isn't, I guess I'll be fine believing it does. Yeah. Everybody falls sometimes. Just remember that that's alright. It's the lows in life that make you cherish the highs, and if it isn't, I guess I'll be fine believing a lie. Hey! Just in case my car goes off the highway, or the plane that I get on decides that it's my last day, I want you to know when you're alone and you feel afraid, you're not the only person in the world that isn't okay. There's millions of us just like you, like you, like you, just like you, like you. There's millions of us just like you, like you, like you, just like you, like you.
Says, hey, what's up? Says, hey, Bri. Says,
Endymion, and there's been some interesting developments when it comes to certain sectors of the entertainment industry over the past few days. From a senior game designer of Dungeons & Dragons basically blasting the game that birthed franchises like Baldur's Gate into oblivion and then calling it inherently racist, or the founder of Sweet Baby being ousted for saying the true intentions behind their agenda alongside what the entire games industry is moving towards. As well as Alan Wake 2's devs just lying to their audience, and even some Helldivers 2 nonsense as well. Let's start with Baldur's Gate and D&D first with this article from Bounding Into Comics titled, Dungeons & Dragons senior game designer disavows how series was made by white dudes. Boasts that much of original material would never pass our inclusivity reviews today. This article stems from a video that the official Dungeons & Dragons YouTube channel posted about the history of the franchise and where it's going next. It was an interview between Todd Kendrick, who is a content creator for D&D, and he sits opposite Jason Tendro, who is the senior game designer of the entire Dungeons & Dragons franchise. And these two were sitting down to discuss the history of D&D while also, of course, attempting to push a product which they hope people will buy, which encompasses the history of the franchise within it. And near the end of the almost 40-minute discussion, Kendrick decides to pull the conversation towards how D&D was inherently a very racist and white male-dominated franchise for decades, and that they, alongside many others working at Wizards of the Coast, have worked tirelessly to undo the concepts and history of D&D's very white male legacy. It's a very pathetic ending to the interview, because not only does it show that Wizards of the Coast as a whole has their heart in the wrong place, but proves time and again that these companies will genuinely virtue signal themselves into the grave before standing up to the woke mind virus that grips their entire existence.
When I learned about Mind Bloom, I was curious if psychedelic therapy could actually help with.
D&D, in case you don't know, was made by two white guys named Gary Gygax and David Arneson in 1974. A whole whopping 2 decades before I was even born, so this franchise is pretty old to begin with. And I genuinely hate how so many franchises are attempting to forsake their legacies simply because white men were involved in making it. Not only do I find that disingenuous, but also extremely pathetic as well. Because it doesn't matter how diverse or how many genders your current employees claim to have. They can never change the fact that Dungeons & Dragons, like other franchises such as Star Wars or Marvel Comics, all these franchises were created by white men. And while that's not me trying to play some gotcha or anything, it's simply stating that the facts are the facts and history is what it is. You can sit there and cry about it, saying it's somehow racist that white men came up with so many beloved franchises and ideas, but doesn't change the fact that history is what it is. Of course, in today's current modern era, history doesn't seem to matter at all anymore. And oftentimes it gets malformed and contorted to fit whatever twisted ideals the current guard in charge of these franchises want instead. In D&D, being made by white men in the 70s is somehow a bad thing. Already out of the gate, this interview shilling their book is giving a bad look. And if you even look at the comments on that YouTube video, by the way, you got people saying stuff like this. This is a great play-by-play acknowledgement of how Wizards of the Coast has ruined Dungeons & Dragons. And they're sadly right, because nothing pains me more than to see people sitting there having to apologize for what they look like in order to ensure they're not fired or cancelled over it. There's nothing inherently wrong with the fact that D&D was made by white men, and sadly at one point during that discussion over the legacy of D&D, and the inherent racism of it because white men made it, Jason Tondro says that concepts like the fighter class were updated for modern audiences. Because originally, the class was called Fighting Man, because according to Tondro, the majority of people who played D&D back in the day were men. Specifically, in his own words, they were all white dudes from Lake Geneva and the Twin Cities. This pointless virtue signaling by Tondro is not only stupid, but shameful, as he just in a single sentence diluted the existence of David Arneson and Gary Gygax, who again, may I remind you, created D&D to begin with as being nothing more than ignorant white men whose ideas were just as old as they were apparently. And therefore, because they were old white men, naturally that means their ideas are somehow now problematic and terrible. Where we know if the creators were any other skin color, these same things would never be uttered in any way. If the creators of D&D were instead one black man and a Hispanic man, they would be considered trailblazers, and any idea they came up with would be worshipped like a new religion. But simply because these creators are white, well, we can't be celebrating that now, can we? It's disgusting, and I've always loathed seeing people who didn't make something in the first place thinking they have the right to spit on the graves of those who built the very kingdoms they find themselves living in. We wouldn't have D&D without those men, and they should be celebrated and honored, not belittled, reduced, and erased from the very thing they spent their whole lives creating. I figure we listen to that segment from the video so you can get the full context. It's a little over 3 minutes long, but I think you'll see what I mean, so here's the clip.
And it's important that this is a historical document. So there are things, it was a different time. So we've had an inclusivity review of all these materials.
Multiple. So let's take a step back here. Let's clarify. There are materials in original Dungeons & Dragons that would never pass our inclusivity reviews today. And a lot of it is, some of it you can understand, like, okay, these are a bunch of war gamers, and they're using armies from history, and so when they create a warrior class for Dungeons & Dragons, they call it the Fighting Man, right? Because that's what they were used to, and they were all men, they were all white dudes from Lake Geneva and the Twin Cities. But that's just the tip of the iceberg, right? Like there's a lot of material in this book, and I won't go over all of it. But it would not pass our inclusivity reviews today. Well,
like who cares? Like, this is stupid. Who cares? Who's sitting there wondering, man, I really hope the history of D&D wasn't super white or some shit. Like, who cares? No one cares about that.
It's history. What we can do is acknowledge it and show how far we've come, because that's not D&D anymore.
Yeah.
Right? D&D gets more diverse and has a larger audience every day. The more diverse the game becomes, the more people of different genders,
Says are these
ethnic
Sonic
backgrounds
characters
and
or something.
faiths
I'm confused.
see themselves in the game. Then they go make their own versions of the game, and more players start to see themselves represented in the game. The more diverse the creators get, the more diverse the players become, and that's the way it should be.
As you can see, Jason even says with a straight face that the majority of what D&D was known for would not pass their inclusivity reviews these days. All that tells me is that what was once considered the Bible of Dungeons and Dragons, which permeated into other franchises like Baldur's Gate, for example, are now no longer deemed worthy and must be changed and contorted to fit the modern audience viewpoint. Everything said during this segment was disrespectful and pathetic, and I can smell the soy in these men's veins just from their words alone.
Like, what does mentioning any of this means to anyone? I don't think anyone was sitting there thinking about the history of D&D like that. Like, no one was sitting there thinking about that while this interview
my
was
app
happening.
crashed and deleted everything a couple months ago.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So sorry to hear that. That is wild. That doesn't make any sense.
If everything D&D was built upon is nothing but problematic and bad in their eyes, then why even attach yourselves to D&D
To it, yes, it makes
begin
no
with?
sense.
Why not
no,
go
because
make your...
they want to. No, what they want to do is ultimately change everything and look like the saviors of whatever is going on. Yeah, they just want to know what the hell. Like, they just want to be labeled and known as the people who saved the day or something like that. They changed the problematic X, Y, and Z because they just had to do it because that was the most important thing to everyone about what's happening in D&D. Like, no one cares. No one cares.
Your own thing that may be similar but without the D&D moniker attached to it. Well, we all know the answer to that, don't we? Because most of these people aren't talented enough to actually make anything of importance on their own. And instead, they need to piggyback on things that were made by far more successful individuals, like the creators of D&D, because otherwise their ideas and concepts would fall flat and never go anywhere. I would love to see a competitor to D&D that is completely separate and just full of woke identity politics.
I would like that too.
I genuinely would be excited for that to happen because then I could sit there.
The perfect all-season
And
modular
compare.
urban tactical jacket.
Makes sense to me. You can compare and
Watch
contrast.
in real time as that concept would fail, and everybody would lose their jobs and the entire concept would just fade into obscurity. But this is what these sorts of people do, and I don't need people as in certain skin types either. Because clearly the two men here opening their butt cheeks and dropping some gravy on D&D's legacies are obviously white men themselves. And this is what I mean when I say that wokeness is not just a word or something, it's a mind virus.
It is
It's
a
a
mind
concept
virus.
that over time rewrites the critical
hate
thinking
wokeness,
pathways
man.
of someone's brain until all that's left is someone with NPC-like behaviors, who can't think or act for themselves in fear of retaliation. And I think it's actually great that this particular interview anyway has two white guys being soy milk bitch boys on it as well. Because it proves that the
Soy
mind virus
milk
can infect
bitch
anyone.
boys. I've never heard the term before. What does that mean?
Regardless of color or creed. And this is not a fight of white man versus black man or whatever people want to say. It's a battle of the mind. A crusade against the evils of ideology that is killing and mutating everything we love into these mindless, lesser husks we see today. Need I remind you that back in 2023, Hasbro, which owns D&D, laid off 800 people across the company. Then, near the end of 2023, they laid off another 1,100 workers, which severely impacted places like Wizards of the Coast. That's around 20% of Hasbro's entire workforce evaporating and being removed within a year. Yet, they'll have you believe that Wizards of the Coast, and Dungeons & Dragons especially, is
It's
going
fine.
very strong still.
Yeah.
Well, if that were the case, you wouldn't be laying off so many people that worked there, would you? Also, during those layoffs, Baldur's Gate 3's director and owner of Larian Studios, Van Vink, even publicly acknowledged the layoffs on Twitter. and was devastated to hear that the majority of the people he worked with when first conceptualizing BG3 have all been laid off from the company. So how can such a successful game tied to D&D do what it does and lead to layoffs? Well, the answer is that simply Larian, of course, is not a part of Hasbro. They're a private company. And while, of course, I'm sure Hasbro gets a portion of the revenue from BG3, clearly even then it wasn't enough to save the burning empire that is Hasbro in all forms. So how can D&D be failing as much as it is and laying off so many people? Why aren't people supporting D&D as much? What's the issue? It's simple, of course, because they've been infiltrated by the mind virus. And time and again, whether it's race-swapping Aragorn and their Lord of the Rings card sets or these stupid inclusivity reviews which are dictated and conducted by people with jobs that shouldn't exist in the first place, it's clear that all of the pandering, erasure of legacy, and changes to the core design documents of what makes D&D is doing nothing but pushing people away. D&D, like so many other legacy franchises, have effectively alienated their own audiences in the same way as they always do. Reject the people who made you what you are and be stupid enough to believe that there is another imaginary audience out there who will support you instead that fits your agenda and politics. The easiest term to quantify what they want is that they're chasing the modern audience, which time and again doesn't exist anyway. So what you end up with is a product made for neither the people willing to support you or the people that aren't interested or even exist to begin with. Ultimately, you're making nothing for nobody, and Hasbro, as many other companies before them, are refusing to admit that this new way of thinking, this ESG soy-infused DEI nonsense, doesn't work whatsoever. But of course, the problem isn't that they're spending millions on paying diversity hires to check their work to make sure it's not racist or whatever. The problem is that D&D just isn't inclusive enough, and it needs to become even more inclusive, diverse, and woke, and surely that'll fix everything. Great idea, Hasbro and Wizards. Just keep digging your grave wider and deeper. That'll get you out of it for sure. Or maybe build a ladder to get out of that mass grave you've built and start actually going back to giving people what they want. Because clearly what you're doing has done nothing but cause almost 2,000 people to lose their jobs instead. And how HOWTODRAW said it during the interview here solidifies everything that's wrong. We couldn't change it, it's history. What we can do is acknowledge it and show how far we've come, because that's not D&D anymore. That's not D&D anymore. Man, it's the same.
That just proves this is the perfect example of this is why gatekeeping is needed. This is why exactly gatekeeping is needed. And I don't care anyone hears me. The gatekeeping is needed. This is what happens when you let the people into the people who did not care for the hobby and or franchise, didn't respect the history or the franchise, comes in, change the whole thing, and it's not even the thing that you came in for. And then when you leave and try to do your own damn thing, they follow you over there and say you're having fun. I see you having fun. You're not including us. And then you include us again. They forcefully get in and they change it again. And then they kick you out. Like, what the hell? It makes no sense. This makes no sense. This is why gatekeeping is needed. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, this is wild.
Over and over again, isn't it?
Oh man.
The first step is this franchise is for everyone, so a bunch of people come in to enjoy the hobby. Then certain groups that are let in due to gatekeeping being abolished suddenly start demanding changes to the franchise they've recently entered into. Then those groups quickly, through threats and strong-arming, gain a foothold within that franchise and announce we need to make this franchise more inclusive, and they end up taking control. Then the creators of the franchise are eventually abolished and the history of the franchise is rejected and altered to fit a new agenda. You could argue, was I even talking about D&D there? Nope. Or was it Star Wars, Marvel, DC, a certain video game franchise?
Something different.
Yeah, you could take what I just said and it sadly perfectly layers on top of pretty much every single bad decision made to any beloved franchise of the past 50 years and then some. The problem isn't gatekeeping, fellas. The problem is that there isn't enough gatekeeping.
Yes,
if you enter a franchise with fandom and instead of respecting...
I just said it. I just said it. There's not enough of it. You need to verify these people even like this thing. And then when you start realizing majority of them don't even care for it or know what it is. They don't know anything. They're stupid.
Said fandom's rules and community. You decide that the franchise has to now adhere to your rules? Congratulations. You just ruined a good thing because you're an insufferable dumbass. And ultimately, the only people you can really blame are the higher-ups who allow these sorts of things to happen. They hire one woke weirdo who manages to get into a position where they can hire others.
It just takes literally one to just get in there, get a little bit of power than everyone else and just ruin the whole situation. That's why it's called woke mind virus, because once the virus gets in, it's all game over.
Through strong arming or threats, and then that weirdo hires 5 other weirdos
Yes.
who think like them.
Yes.
And then suddenly, you got entire
It just goes
departments of
left.
weirdos, and before you know it, all your bases belong to the lunatics, and the patients are now running the asylum instead. I mean, there was even this clip recently where Kim Belair, the co-founder of Sweet Baby Inc., just said the quiet part out loud. Here, listen.
Was straight up infiltrated. This is what this is. It's infiltration at its finest.
Very hard to get marginalized talent into the industry to protect them the way that we would want to have been protected.
Maybe it's not hard. I honestly believe it's not hard because they can get in. Because majority of ESG has been around for about almost a decade now. So it can't be that hard now, right? Compared to it was before, as you claim. So if it's ESG has been around since for the last almost a decade now, about a decade or about a little bit over a decade now. How is it hard to get marginalized groups to be hired for these jobs? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. When most of these companies are outright saying we're not going to hire anyone that is Caucasian, you know what I'm saying? And they outright say it sometimes. So how the hell are you not getting any of these jobs for these so-called marginalized groups? Maybe they don't care for the job. Maybe some of them do, but maybe majority of them don't. It's like when they say we need to get more, I guess, women in gaming or whatever. It's not that women can't game or they shouldn't be gaming. It's like most women don't have most interest as men into gaming as you think. I think what they did is a poll between women who play games and men who play games, and what they did is a slick thing. So they took like statistics and slammed the statistic with console, PC, and mobile. And it's proven that women play more mobile games than men. So what they did is they said it's 50%, but what they did in a slick way is say 50% of women and 50% of men play games equally. What they really did is add, like, there was less women in PC, and then there was less women in, I guess, game in console, but there was more women in mobile. And if you combine, I think it was just PC alone or just console alone, against those three things, it made 50%, right? So let's just say it was 700 people men who play console. But if you have to combine those three other categories together, make that other 700, you know what I'm saying? It's going to say 50-50, right? That's how they did that in that woke study, which it was really stupid and slick what they did and very disingenuous for them to do. What they could have said is, women do play video games, and that's awesome. But what we see is that there's more women who plays mobile games because they play like the the Candy Crush games. They play the Genshin Impacts, because Genshin Impacts ultimately was for phone and I guess for PC, and then it came for PS5 or PS4 depending on what year it came out. But 9 times out of 10, there are more women playing on the phone than they would on console, on PC. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. But when they play this game as if like they're all playing 50% of each thing in their own respective, it's not like that. No.
To lift them up and
this is how they make these narratives and then say we need more women in X, Y, and Z because there's no gatekeeping. There's a lot of men who are open to the idea of women playing game. They have no problem with women playing game. I have no problem. I play game with my girlfriend all the time. So I have no issue with it. I don't stop her from playing games. I actually love the fact that she plays video games. It makes it much easier for me to play goddamn video games, and she understands how it feels to play a game, or you're in the midst of a battle, or whatever the case may be, you can't pause it. Yeah, I get that. That's perfectly fine. That's actually really fun. I think that makes the relationship be more fun when she's competitive with me. But to play this game and this narrative where they're just not a lot of women because there's a lot of gatekeeping because... you know what I'm saying? It's stupid. It's a stupid argument. It's madness.
Get them into an industry where they're too often shut out. And basically, I think to take over.
That's how you be disingenuous with your studies. That's wild.
In the hopes that some really dope people will be able to lead into kind of a new era for an industry that's been kind of, you know, the same way too long.
And as you can see from the mouth of the brood mother herself, Kim Belair says it as plain as day. It's not about equity and diversity, it's about conquering through fear and racism to enact their preferred ideologies. It's never been about making any of these products or franchises better. Because these people, like Kim Belair or this Kendrick guy over at D&D, know that they could never make something as layered, interesting, or as popular as D&D on their own.
Nope.
This is why, time and again, these franchises are hijacked by activists, and then their friends infiltrate alongside them via being hired having similar skin colors,
it's either
genders.
Yeah, they go based on skin color, genders, or they just go family and friends. That's how they get them. And most times, sometimes even they're not even for that stuff, but they don't want to offend their friend and or family member, so they'll run with it anyway. This is where respect their person can be a dangerous thing. Sometimes you just gotta say, nah, I'm not for that. It's not for me. But I understand that's for you and that's what you want to do. That's fine. Go ahead, do your thing. But no, don't include me in your your F crap. I'm not gonna do this.
Or ideas, and then voila.
But we can't
all
do that.
the things you loved are ruined.
Because
and
once you do that, you be labeled something.
Massacred beyond recognition. And if things keep going the way that they are, eventually there'll come a time where these activists will silently but surely remove the names of the D&D creators. And suddenly, the white dudes, as they like to call them, will have their names and legacies pushed out by the very thing they created.
Yep.
And now the new age of woke inclusivity will just take over. The same thing is happening over with Helldivers 2. Those same kinds of groups are all pushing and attacking the devs to strong-arm them into allowing for representation. They don't want representation for the sake of it, they want it so they can establish and slowly but surely take over that hobby or game and then claim it for themselves. And having articles like the one from Polygon where they blasted the Helldivers community is only made to scare the developers into submission. It's the same tactics as always, and it's so tiring. It's either you fall in line and play by our rules, or we will write hit pieces on you over and over again, until you eventually crack under the pressure and kiss our feet like the good pets you are. And I find that disingenuous, disgusting, and very messed up to say the least. In that Polygon article, by the way, they interview players who are actively within the Helldivers community. Of course, the only people they actually interviewed were people who came from certain communities like LGBT ones. Because, obviously Polygon wanted to paint a narrative that strengthened their points and proved their article right. So naturally, everyone interviewed either identified as trans or whatever else, and they said stuff like, and I quote via Polygon, "Players have found other ways to combat the hate. The Super Earth Says Trans Right Discord server, a queer-led group of 70 current members, is one of the several sub-communities that sprawled outward from the official Helldivers 2 server. The channel Bigot Watching collects hundreds of messages and interactions where users in official Helldivers 2 channels, such as the Helldivers official Discord, had insulted members of the Discord using slurs and threatened them via DMs. In screenshots shared with Polygon, these users had explicitly used Nazi speech to primarily target trans and furry folks, as well as using images of related paraphernalia such as SS uniforms in their profile pictures. Developer Arrowhead did not respond to Polygon's request for comment about any of these issues in time for publication. The problem here isn't actually the bigots, those are an unfortunate fact of life that can never be fully eradicated, user Bapanada said over Discord. The problem is that Arrowhead's official spaces have made the deliberate decision to silence LGBTQ+ voices under the guise of banning any political discussion, as if people's identities are political and as if this game was not created and marketed as a heavy-handed piece of political satire, end quote. Of course, I'm aware that every community will have bigoted people in it. Like those quotes said, it's impossible to rid the world of any ideology fully. But I do find it interesting that one of those groups they spoke to had an entire sub-channel in their Discord that was designed to collect anything they deemed problematic within. And ultimately, I think the reason for that is simple, so these messages, or whatever, can be used as ammunition in order to strong-arm developer Arrowhead into bending the knee and giving these groups what they want. And what I attest these Helldivers debacles when comparing it to the Baldur's Gate D&D historical nonsense discussion is that it's not just enough for, let's say, a trans or gay group within a game's community to exist. They have to exert their influence and existence onto others to force them into acknowledging them. Or in D&D's case,
with the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can bring a friend for free and more. $1 down, $24.99.
They need acknowledgement. If you don't acknowledge them, then their whole existence is null and void. They need to be seen. Look at me, look at me, look at me. If they're not being seen or being anyway acknowledged, then their existence is null and void. When that happens, they start losing it and then start wanting to destroy things.
Technologies must become the guiding light above all else. And if that's not allowed, then these companies get strong-armed into acting the way these groups want. So while again I don't condone bigotry per se, I will play devil's advocate here for a second and ask an uncomfortable question that others will likely do because they will shy away from such talk. Could those players just be racist and that's it? Or are they like that because they've seen what happens when you don't gatekeep enough? I do think there is definitely a layer of bigotry to the debate, of course it is. But like always, I do try to see it from all sides and say the uncomfortable parts out loud because I think it'll lead to a more interesting conversation. If D&D's creators and such were more vigilant when it came to gatekeeping, could that have prevented the sorry state of their franchise that it is today? And I don't mean by banning gay or trans people, but simply by keeping the franchise as non-political as possible. And I know some will say, well, being gay or whatever isn't inherently political, which sure you could say that to an extent. But the reality is that groups like these have made it their mission in many parts to push their influence into politics, schools, entertainment, and so on. So while maybe before these concepts weren't political, they have definitely become politicized themselves over time. It's a touchy subject, I know, and there's not a clear answer for many. But I do think the best thing most of these companies could do is adhere to what Arrowhead Studios is doing with Helldivers. Just reject all the politics and keep it neutral. Bring people together through gameplay and leave all the nonsense behind. But like always, it's never enough. And that's what we're seeing. Helldivers 2 is the latest game being majorly attacked and pressured by journalists and communities to abide by their rules. Because if they could do it in D&D, Star Wars, Marvels, and more, why not also Helldivers? But of course, they'll gaslight you and say, well, we're not trying to exert our influence, which we know is a lie for sure.
It's definitely
Recently, there were some debates surrounding Alan Wake 2 and Sweet Baby and how these consulting groups do not, in their words, affect or change the games they work on. That's what they say apparently. Well, the developer of Alan Wake 2 had this to say regarding how Saga Anderson, the main character of that game, was not race swapped due to the consultant's strong arming. He said, "It's absolutely not true." Well, okay then, should be one and done, right? Well, not exactly. There was an article from GameDeveloper.com in November 2023 where Remedy was interviewed about Saga Anderson and Alan Wake 2. Here's what was said in terms of how Remedy came to creating Saga. And before I read that, here's a picture of the original Saga Anderson actress as seen in Quantum Break. A white woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. Okay, now that you've seen the original Saga and how she looks now, let's see how it all came to be, shall we? GameDeveloper.com said, and I quote, "For creating Saga Anderson, the developers at Remedy took a different approach compared to the process behind other hero characters, resulting in a more organic creative collaboration across different disciplines at Remedy Entertainment and outside parties. Along with working with story and narrative consultants Kim Belair of Sweet Baby Inc. to refine the character voice and story arc. The key creatives of Alan Wake 2 also worked extensively with the actress playing Saga Anderson, Melanie Libbard, who offered suggestions and other insights that led to the Saga Anderson scene in the final game. I think that it took us a long time to find Saga," said Kyle Rowley, director of Alan Wake 2 on the character. It was an interesting process. We had an idea in our head of what the character could be.
No, they didn't.
But then, as the character evolves over time, being open to changing her based on input from the actors and from external sources really opened things up for us. I think that's important for us as a studio to be okay with because we don't do it very often for our characters. This idea of how to create a new hero character, so it is kind of a big moment for us. And it was definitely interesting for me going through that process, end quote. So, Kyle Rowley lied through his teeth and they openly admit that yet again, Sweet Baby clearly strong-armed them into turning Saga from white to a black woman. The reason why I'm showing you this, and here I'll even put the page on screen here, which was neatly provided via Twitter user DakaDaka's account as shown here, you can see as plain as day that the influence of an activist like Belair led to Remedy changing Saga because she strong-armed them into doing so. And if they didn't, she would likely blast them to other colleagues in studios like she said previously in the past if she doesn't get her way. What I've shown you today is proof enough that there is a constant push by groups to force everything to bend to their every whims. Whether it's Dungeons & Dragons, Helldivers, or even soy milk games like Alan Wake 2, which I unfortunately beat myself and hated it, a lot of these games are disingenuous. And D&D and Alan prove that there are activists at play working to take over the gaming industry in order to transform it into a shadow of its former self. And Helldivers' controversy proves that if you don't play ball and submit, your reputation is attacked and your credibility is questioned in articles and blasting almost constantly. If you still don't believe there's an agenda at hand, then you're either blind or willfully ignorant to its existence.
I think most people are
Video games are being ruined before our eyes, and we need to keep them accountable, vote with our wallets, and keep ourselves as informed as humanly possible. Otherwise, you'll end up like D&D, a corpse of its former glory with diminishing returns, while also willingly ignoring the creators who made it in the first place, all because of their sex and skin color. There is a rot in this industry, my friends, and I intend to flush it all out. As always, thank you for watching, subscribe, like, and share the video, and have a great day. Thanks to my patrons as always, and I hope you enjoy some non-soy-filled video games on this fine day. I'll see you in the next one.
Bro, that's crazy. So that was a Demion. Hope you guys enjoyed this. A like, subscribe, share, and comment. I hope you give them a follow, and also to me as well. If you like these stuff, also hit the Patreon if you want to support and keep these videos going. Alright, I'm going to the next one. Thank you, I do appreciate it. We'll go into the next one, and later. Alright, going to the next one. Now, this is Clownfish. They're talking about Wizard of the Coast Shades, Dungeons and Dragons creators to celebrate 50 years. Is this the same thing? This is pretty much the same thing we just talked about.
People playing. I like it was. So...
We already went through this. We just went through this. I'm not even gonna go through the same thing twice. That's one. Okay, so since that just happened, we got one more from Clownfish. So it says Disney fired X-Men 97 showrunner a week before the series premieres. I wonder why. Maybe he was saying some insane things that he shouldn't be saying anyway. So, or some woke nonsense. So let's play this from Clownfish. If you guys know who they are, you know who they are. So give them a like, follow, and all that great stuff. So we're gonna talk about it and react to it. Let's go.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am not here with Geeky Sparkles in this video, but we've got some dismal Disney news for you. Turns out that Beau DeMayo, the showrunner of X-Men 97, has been fired.
Why?
A few weeks before the series premiere, and there's some controversy as to why he's been fired. There's some allegations floating around, and I don't know what to think about this, guys, because I actually was hoping this show would be good. I know there's been a lot of discussion about Morph potentially being non-binary, and I know there's been some discussion about Rogue's ass, but that is not the biggest controversy now. The biggest controversy is why was Beau DeMayo fired. Beau DeMayo infamously worked on The Witcher, and I believe he quit or got pushed out of Netflix's Witcher adaptation after saying they strayed too far from the source material. He defended Henry Cavill. You know, I was willing to give X-Men 97 a chance. I actually was pretty excited about it. I know a lot of other people did videos talking about Rogue's ass and Morph, and I didn't really care. Like, nobody gave a shit about Morph. You know, like, really, Morph was made up just for the animated series, and he was MacGuffin. He died in the, second episode, and they used him to introduce the X-Men and give them some motivation to defeat the bad guys. That's what the purpose of Morph was. And he came back as Dark Morph and all that. But he was never really a big part of the X-Men animated series. Anyway, but yeah, I digress. Let's talk about this. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. No woohoos.
One of the biggest sales ever. 30 beef sticks for just $30. Try for $1 each.
Definitely no woohoos from Beau DeMayo. So it is possible that they backed the wrong horse. If allegations on Twitter are to be believed, and we know that Twitter tends to make things up, but there had to be a reason that they got rid of him the way that they did, and they're not inviting him to the premiere, especially with as much fanfare as they've been giving this series. Like, the marketing has gone up to an 11. They've been, I saw the other day, they were using the 90s Jim Lee X-Men cards to market this show. And I gotta tell you, I'm getting all the feels. I'm getting all the nostalgia feels. And then this happens. Damn it. This is why we can't have nice things. This is coming from The Hollywood Reporter. Marvel shocker, X-Men 97 showrunner Beau DeMayo fired weeks before premiere. Exclusive. In an unusual situation on the eve of a project's debut, the writer-producer who worked on Moon Knight and Blade will no longer be promoting the show or moving forward with future seasons.
Dang.
Earlier this month, Bo DeMeo was in the midst of a particularly busy time at Marvel. The writer-producer was preparing for the launch of X-Men 97, the Disney Plus series he created as a continuation of the 90s Fox Kids show. DeMeo, a Marvel regular who previously wrote on live-action series Moon Knight, as well as early drafts of the company's delayed but still upcoming vampire thriller Blade, had completed writing duties on Season 2 of X-Men 97. He was lining up press and making plans to attend the show's Hollywood premiere on March 13th. He was even discussing loose ideas for a third season. But earlier last week, Marvel and DeMeo suddenly parted ways. His company email was deactivated, and cast and crew were informed he was no longer on the project. DeMeo's Instagram account, once a source for X-Men updates, was deleted. No reason for the firing was given. Marvel had no comment. DeMeo's representatives did not return calls for comment, and emails to the showrunner yielded no response. Damn. I was going to try to get him on the podcast, too. I was going to try to get him on D-Rest. I actually wanted to talk to him about The Witcher and X-Men and what the differences were, and apparently that's not going to happen now. It was surprising.
Damn.
It was a surprising turn of events on the eve of the show's March 20th debut. Splitting with writers is a normal part of business for Marvel. However, it's unusual for a top creative on a Marvel project to miss a premiere or cancel press plans at the last minute. They did this with Nia DaCosta, too. They said there was a scheduling conflict, but she was not at the premiere for the Marvels, as I understand it.
Strange.
Most Marvel premieres feature multiple screenwriters walking the red carpet, some of whom had been rewritten
And that's
by other writers. Also walking the carpet.
That's a strange one.
Marvel announced DeMeo's hiring in November 2021. The move was met with some level of excitement as the scribe brought his identity as a gay black man to the project. That actually was not the reason I was excited. I was excited because the guy was like, they did The Witcher dirty, and they took a lot of liberties from the books and the games. And when I do X-Men, I'm going to make sure that I stick to the source material, and I'm going to hire people that want to stick to the source material. That's why I was excited. I actually didn't even know he was gay or black at the time. I didn't care. I'm just like, oh my God, finally somebody working on X-Men that wants to respect the source material. He grew up as the adopted son of white parents with a Korean sister in the South.
What? He was born with white parents. He was adopted? I swear to God, if he's some type of activist.
Interesting. And their struggles.
Well, so far I haven't heard that he's an activist so far, but like if he is, that's going to be so ironic.
He said that the X-Men characters and their struggles for acceptance by society felt personal for him. His silence on social media has been quite acute, as he was a prolific poster, sharing X-Men tidbits as well as shirtless pictures of himself at the gym.
Okay.
For a time, he also ran a non-explicit OnlyFans account, all of which inspired the LGBTQ publication Out to declare him the sexy gay Marvel writer and showrunner to know. Is it possible he had another OnlyFans account? I'm just saying, Disney probably doesn't want somebody out there, I don't know, showing their one-eyed mutant to people.
They're one-eyed.
At times, social media had proven a challenge. While making the series in May 2023, DeMeo announced he would be deleting his Twitter account after he was attacked by users accusing X-Men 97 of whitewashing Sunspot. That was stupid. It's also a cartoon character. X-Men 97 continues the story of X-Men, the animated series, which ran from 92 to 97 and 96. I think that's why this is 97, but who knows. And is credited with introducing a generation of children to the mutant characters and priming the pump for the X-Men movies of the early 2000s. That is actually very true. Next week, on the 20th, I did an interview with Art T-Bear, who worked on the X-Men in the 90s, not the animated series, but he worked on the comic books. And we talk about that. We talk about how much the animated series and those X-Men comic books, how much of an impact they had on pop culture and how far the X-Men have fallen in recent years that now they just get dressed up and go to prom. That's what people know about the X-Men.
Yep.
But this is before we recorded it last week before this broke loose. So it's going to seem kind of dated, I think, because I talk about how I was kind of hoping that Bo DeMeo would do right by the series. DeMeo was among the kids who grew up watching the show. He said in June of 2022, anyone who feels different.
I don't mind hearing Neon explain or speak, but sometimes this dude be really deep breathing. Like, I don't know what's going on, bro.
We all have a Magneto inside of us, and we all have a Charles Xavier. We all have a part of us that wants to burn it all down, and there's a part of us who really wants to find the compromise and build it up. And those comics really help me understand my identity. So let's get into this. Again, this is... I don't know how reliable this is. I had somebody send this to me. Streets are saying he had an OnlyFans account, but that cannot be why he was fired. Bruh. You know, you're working for Disney with an OnlyFans. I mean, that's probably not a good idea. This person, Allison Blair's #1 fan, says he's also had many abuse allegations.
I never thought as a pediatrician that I would be at all useful in a war. My name is Seema Jelani.
Against him, apparently, source, somebody he worked with on The Witcher. Now, I don't know what to make of this because I know a lot of people that worked with him on The Witcher were furious with him when he threw the writing team under the bus, basically, and said that he tried to warn them they were deviating too far from the books and the games, and people weren't going to like it. And he stood up for Henry Cavill, and fans of the books and the games loved him for it at the time. So you have to kind of take that into consideration. It is possible
This is a hit
that
piece.
people are just out there to smear him now, but there had to be a reason for Disney to dump him as quickly as they did, especially a week before the premiere of the series. And they're kind of betting the farm on this one. I think they're trying to gauge to see how much interest there really is in X-Men. And again, we thought the biggest controversy was going to be Rogue's ass, but here we are. This is Dr. Matt D'Ambrosio. If I were unceremoniously fired from a job for being both emotionally and physically abusive, I'd probably focus on getting help instead of constantly bringing up my involvement with said job, probably in reference to The Witcher. In addition, D'Ambrosio tweeted this as well after DeMeo's statement. For no reason at all, I'm thinking of the time a gay writer once told me that bisexuality is a trope, and also another time he said that bottoms are disease receptacles.
Okay.
And he'd also go out of his way to kill queer characters. Wait, what? Okay,
What?
So again, take it with a grain of salt. He has a lot of people that are gunning for him. You know, but that being said, there was a reason that Disney dumped him. Because, I mean, for Disney to dump someone that the media is heralding as basically the it guy, right? A gay...
someone of diverse origin, orientation and color just got thrown off the Disney board like that. Not board, but like roster like that for their upcoming X-Men series tells you a lot on either... That just tells you a lot about Disney and how they operate, given diverse reasons. But hey,
black showrunner on a beloved franchise, for Disney to dump him a week before the show. There's got to be something going on.
Not even after the show's over.
But there's been so much drama around this. I'm starting to think the show's going to be dead on arrival anyway. Of course, we have the morph issue, which they had a whole story on it on them.us. Right-wing trolls have worked themselves up over a non-binary X-Men character who nobody gave a shit about until they did. I'm just saying. And also Rogue's ass. Rogue's ass is a huge issue, and there's no way that current year Disney was going to let them get away with this, for sure. So I don't know, guys. That's what's going on. That's all we know currently. I'm thinking it's not good. I'm thinking that for them to get rid of him the way that they did, there has to be something going on, and they're probably going to try to sweep it under the rug because they don't want it affecting the premiere of X-Men 97. But if the show drops, and if it is the quote-unquote woke disaster that people have been fearing, it might be dead on arrival anyway. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Gonna wrap it up. Please subscribe. We'll talk later.
All right, so that was that. What was going on with the X-Men 97 show that's coming out, and the producer or writer or whoever he is, I forgot his position is, but he was a pretty big deal. Showrunner, he was the showrunner. So, it's like that's a pretty big deal to be when you're doing a show. It's like you're kind of like, I think showrunners are like kind of like pretty much the boss of that series at the time. So for him to be like just taken off that easily and that fast and without nothing being said yet says a lot, right? I have this weird feeling if he was a female, I don't think it would have been that quick to divorce themselves from him. I just have that feeling, but it is what it is. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. I hope you guys enjoy this. Also, give a follow to Clownfish TV and also yours truly if you like this stuff and want to, support. Go to the Patreon and all that great stuff. I appreciate it. If you like anime art or you just like listening to my commentary or just commentary from other creators, so if you like them, you can always look at the link in the description. I always put the video and their channel at the bottom if you like what you see. All right, I'll see you guys in the next one. Laters. All right, so we're going to do the fun stuff now. We have 4. Call it 4. We have 4 anime recommendation videos. 4. I'm pretty sure Bry's going to be happy about this one if he's here. But we have 4, and it's going to be interesting. We're going to be doing 4 of them. That's a lot more than I usually. I usually just go at 1 at a time, but since I'm going to be probably gone for a week or so, I'll also double down and have as much content as possible while I'm gone, so it's not like I never left, per se. So, with that said, let's get into it. This is from The Lost Crusader. This is 5 manga recommendations to everyone. So let's see what he says. Or they say, whatever. I still can't get this whole gender thing.
I asked all of you to recommend me and other viewers your favorite manga in the comments of one of my videos, and I put every single one of them into a list. There are over 100 recommendations, and I'm slowly making my way through them one at a time. In order to make things exciting for myself, I put them all on a wheel and spun for 5 manga to read. If they were complete, I read the entire thing, and if they were ongoing, I caught up with the current releases. Before we get into the reviews, let me know what you're currently reading in the comments. If the wheel decides, it might end up in one of these videos, and also you might be helping someone else find their new favorite. Anyway, let's check out the first spin and get to the video. I Sold My Lifespan for 10,000 yen per year is a manga adaptation of a light novel titled 3 Days of Happiness. Kusunoki is a lonely, lost, hopeless college student, and to make things worse, he's broke. After pawning his most prized possessions and still needing more money for food, he's told about a place where you can sell your lifespan, health, or time. The people here know everything that has happened and will happen in your life, and they use this information to determine that Kusunoki's remaining 30 years are worth just...
YouTube voice? Oh. Oh, snap. This whole time you guys probably been talking, I didn't even know. No, not that. Oh, I get it. Because the thing... Okay, I get it. Hold on. Real quick, let me fix that. Thank you, so sad. Let's see. Where are you? Restream. I'm sorry. Where is the restream? Okay. I don't know if it's... I don't know if it's gonna do its thing, but let me see. VTubing voice. Where's the voice? Where's the voice? Where's the TikTok voice? Let's go. Yeah. There we go. I don't know if it's gonna read it out or anything. Let me see. Appearance and notifications. Okay. Okay, that might work. I'm not sure. You can say hello over there, Bri, if you want.
300,000 yen, or around $2,030. But how do you place a value on a human life? Devastated after hearing this, Kusunoki decides that if his remaining life is worth so little, it must not be worth living at all, so he chooses to sell everything except 3 months. When he makes it back to his apartment with the money, he's greeted by the same woman who he sold his lifespan to, a woman named Miyagi who would have to observe his remaining time on Earth, aside from his last 3 days. What would you do if you found out you only had 3 months left to live? Would you make any significant changes to your day-to-day life? Maybe quit your job and work on a bucket list? Try to revisit past relationships? Maybe form new ones? I think most of us would do similar things, and that's why even though the premise of this story is a little bit out there, I found it to still be fairly relatable. Knowing that he has a limited amount of time left, Kusunoki gains the confidence and motivation to do pretty much whatever he wants. But things don't necessarily go the way he hopes. He finds himself having to face the harsh reality of the life he's lived. He has regrets. He's neglected his relationships and has no one to share his final days with except Miyagi, who's only there to observe. The two of them help each other learn what things make life meaningful, what brings value. They might be in very different situations, but them slowly coming to understand and appreciate the other brings them closer together. Yes, for all the lovers out there, this is a romance. And it's also one of those stories that will make you think about your own life. I Sold My Lifespan is only about 17 chapters and doesn't waste any time getting to the point. I got invested pretty quickly and ended up getting through the whole thing in one sitting. I liked it a lot, and if you have a couple of free hours and feel like having your heart torn apart and stitched back together a few times, you should check this out. Or wait who knows how long for it to be adapted into the movie that it should be by now. As a little girl, Coco becomes enchanted by the wonders of magic and longs to become a witch. But for her, this is an impossible goal because only those who are born as witches can use magic. Or so she thinks.
Yeah, I don't
Years
know why
later,
he's not doing
Coco is
that.
presented with the opportunity to spy on a witch named Kifri as he performs magic to repair a broken chariot. And while she's watching, she learns a shocking truth. Anyone who can hold a pen and draw can learn how to use magic, as long as they have the knowledge and necessary resources to use it. As soon as she gets the chance, Coco runs straight to her room and takes out a special pen and picture book that she got from a strange witch at a magic festival as a child. Filled with a revitalized hope that her dream of becoming a witch can finally be realized, she begins drawing all sorts of spells from the book, using magic until she accidentally casts a forbidden spell that petrifies her mother. Kifri saves the grief-stricken Coco and promises to teach her magic so that one day she can learn to undo the spell and save her mother. I fully expected this to be a cutesy, cheery manga that was similar to Little Witch Academia, but it gets dark fast, and if you pay attention, it covers some pretty serious themes. The people that are responsible for governing this magical world are authoritarian in a sense, and there's a rogue faction of witches named the Brimhats, who are basically a terrorist organization that uses a somewhat justifiable cause to commit atrocities. There are almost 70 chapters, and I haven't been bored or taken out of the story a single time yet. Our main character Coco is just a normal girl as far as we know. She doesn't have a gimmick that naturally makes her a better witch than anyone else. She's just a girl with a goal in mind and practices as hard as she can to be better. She's flung into this world with no experience and no idea how things work. Coco is truly out of her depth most of the time, but even in hopeless situations, she remains optimistic and determined. All around, just a great protagonist. The supporting cast is pretty dope too. I don't think there's a single character in Witch Hat that I've come across who I just don't like. They're all very believable, and even though a few of them have quirks that might be a little annoying to some people, overall, they remain grounded in terms of personality, and none of them go to waste. Witch Hat Atelier is actually one of the most beautiful comics that I've ever seen. The art is just rich with eye-catching details. The mangaka Kamome Shidahama does an amazing job at making this fantasy world feel even more magical just from the way that she uses shading to convey lighting. The creatures and the environment are so imaginative. The characters all have unique and diverse designs. They're also highly expressive and need to be, because at times the story is very emotional. Even the way the manga is paneled is creative in a way that I personally haven't seen. The pages will be decorated with designs, runes, or basically whatever is relevant to the location of the story at the moment, and it's just charming. I'm not the biggest on collecting physical manga, but I actually started buying the volumes when I caught up. I was already a pretty big fan of Kamome because of her work making comic book covers for Marvel and DC, but after reading Witch Hat, she's become one of my favorite mangaka just because her style is so unique. Maybe I'm overhyping it. I would love to know if you all have seen anything like it before, so please leave a comment.
You don't have to be afraid.
This is Chihiro. As a child, he spends his time learning how to forge katana with his father Kunishige. Kunishige is a famous swordsmith known for his special technique that imbues the katana he makes with sorcery. Because of 6 magical swords he creates, a senseless war that takes place sometime before the story begins is ended. After seeing how passionate his father is about sword making, Chihiro wants to follow in his footsteps, but he doesn't get the chance to do it because 3 sorcerers show up, destroy their home, kill Kunishige, and steal all 6 of the katana. Chihiro blacks out, and after waking up confused, he sees his father's lifeless body holding onto a 7th sword that he died protecting. From this day on, Chihiro dedicates his life to getting revenge, taking the swords back, and showing the sorcerers who stole them just what those katana meant to his father. The plot of Kagurabachi isn't anything spectacular, and that's fine. I don't think a story needs to reinvent the wheel in order to be good. And who doesn't love a good revenge tale, even though they typically play out in very similar ways? Kagurabachi takes place in an unforgiving, violent environment that's plagued by the crimes of evil sorcerers and the Yakuza. Chihiro, his mentor Shiba, and a government organization of sorcerers all have similar goals. Kill the bad guys and get the swords back. But the dynamic between them changes, and I think that's going to lead to some really entertaining developments later on. Speaking of Chihiro, I wasn't a big fan of him at first. I think he's still a little bit dry at times, and in the earlier chapters, he was too edgy for my tastes. Everything was all, I cannot allow scum like you to wield katana, and I keep this scar on my face because it reminds me to hate everyone. Gosh. He was like an emo middle schooler, but with the introduction of a character named Char, he actually develops more of a personality. So far, I would say the most consistently memorable characters have been the villains, because they have this aura about them that's just so damn cold. But the further you get into the manga, the good sorcerers kind of catch up. They all look drippy as hell, by the way. Again, another series with some great character design. This might be superficial, but when characters have fire outfits, the chance of me reading goes up by about 200%. One thing I can say for sure about Kagurabachi is that it kicks ass. Based on the mangaka Takeru Hokazono's past work, you can tell that they enjoy stories that take place in this type of gritty setting where it doesn't feel like anyone is too safe from the violence of the underworld. Because of this, Kagurabachi is a bit darker and more gruesome than your typical shonen, but it still is a shonen, so if you have caviar tastes when it comes to manga, don't expect anything life-changing here. One of my friends compared Kagurabachi to Kill Bill, and at first, I thought they were exaggerating because those are two of my favorite movies.
Same.
But this is a pretty accurate statement. They clearly served as an inspiration for Takeru's style in general. You can see this in one of his past works, Rock's Death Testament, and several times.
It kind of just seems kind of like that. It feels like that's really what the term sounds like. It sounds like Kill Bill to me. It doesn't sound like anything too amazing. And every time I hear about Kagurabachi, I just think, it's that. I don't really have any urge to go read it or get to know it. Not like Gachikuta, because Gachikuta looks stylized as hell, and I love how stylized it looks. I like the exaggeration of like characters and how stylized they can look and how diverse they look amongst one another, even though they're under the same art style. I just really like that type of in-your-face Soul Eater type look. It just really gets my goat. And then also like if it's like animated, I like it when it's like kind of like Studio Trigger animated, because it's so fluent and just so stylized. Like it wouldn't really compare to the same if you were to watch it in live action, because like live action just doesn't have the same, momentum feel when it comes to characters and their movements and actions.
Kagurabachi. The scene where the bride fights the crazy 88s is basically where Takeru got his style from in general. He's recreated it several times over. The heroes are floaty while cutting through their enemies with ease. Blood splatters around and limbs fly everywhere. If there is anything that's going to convince you to give Kagurabachi a chance, it's the action for sure. It looks clean. Even though there can be a lot happening on a page, it's not hard to follow at all like some other manga can be. Also, if you're interested, you can actually watch a narrated version of the first 3 chapters on the Shonen Jump YouTube channel. Eiji Hiroshima is a college student with a dark secret. He's the son of an infamous serial killer known as LL. After a night of drinking with his friends, Eiji wakes up 4 days later with a new girlfriend, a new reputation, and no recollection of what he's been up to. While trying to piece together the events of the time he's lost, Eiji discovers that he has another personality inhabiting his body, and that they're both the prime suspect of a woman's murder. As he searches for evidence to clear his name while trying to learn more about his other self, Eiji's life is thrown into disarray. He finds himself mixed up with a criminal organization, being followed by a mysterious woman, and forced to confront the sins of his father. On paper, My Dearest Self with Malice Aforethought should be one of my favorite manga ever. Honestly, just the fact that it's a psychological crime thriller alone had me more than excited to read it. The premise is interesting and it has a really strong beginning. When I did start reading it, I actually had trouble putting it down. Seeing Eiji race against his personality swaps while trying to piece together evidence that proves his innocence kept me on the edge of my seat. What makes it even more thrilling is the fact that he's kind of in a small game of cat and mouse with his other personality. He wants to learn more about his other self, but his other self is trying to hide the truth. I am a fan of many things in this manga. Most of the characters are well written, the art is highly detailed, realistic, and expressive, but there are still plenty of flaws present throughout it. I hate to use the word edgy so much, especially for a manga that's pretty grim and gruesome already, but sometimes the edginess in this is kind of corny. It gets to be a bit much. Coming in at 11 volumes and around 98 chapters, it feels like My Dearest Self overstays its welcome. The first third of it is really good. If the beginning arc was a standalone piece of work, I would give this a strong recommendation, but in the subsequent chapters, the story becomes convoluted, mostly due to the amount of twists that are forced in. It felt like literally every character in the manga started having these grand reveals that they had been involved in the story since before it began. It was nice at first, but some of them ended up not even mattering all that much either. Overall, I would say My Dearest Self is just okay. Slight trigger warning for this next one. It's a slice of life manga that focuses on some serious mental health topics like SA, trauma, and other things. Kaide is the survivor of an assault by the hands of one of his female middle school teachers. For a while, this completely derails his life, but he regains hope after leaving to attend an all-boys high school. What he wants the most is a sense of normalcy. He wants to hang out with his friends, talk to and date girls, just like any normal high school boy. But he slowly realizes that his normal is different from most of the kids his age. Kaide struggles with PTSD and has trouble trusting adults because they failed him so terribly. Sensitive Boy is a coming-of-age manga about Kaide navigating his complex feelings caused by his past trauma, so that he can move forward and truly experience what life has to offer. There are a lot of things that I appreciate about this manga and the way it handles its very serious topics with care. For one, it treats assault as the horrifying and scarring thing it is. Even though Kaide is a boy who was taken advantage of by a woman, there isn't a single moment where the manga pokes fun at his situation or makes any distasteful jokes about it. The depictions of dissociation and panic attacks are shocking and kind of accurate. I couldn't find out much about the mangaka, but you can tell there's someone who has at least done their research. The writing isn't always the best. For a manga that has a lot to say about some serious issues, it occasionally stumbles its way around them. I think it has a very strong start, but around chapter 17, it begins to take a slight dip in narrative quality, in my opinion. Kaide has a love interest early on whose personality randomly does a complete 180. Not to spoil, but it's just a little bit jarring to see her become so strange within a few pages. Even though I wasn't feeling it too much, I went ahead and just caught up with the manga, and I started getting really confused for a minute because Kaide began feeling like a side character. Well, it turns out the manga isn't just about him. Right now it's about one of his friends who starts dating a girl that he's liked for years. I'd say this arc is off to a decent start. It's covering a whole different set of issues, and I feel like it has the potential to be even better. But this is a manga that I might end up waiting a few months at a time to just randomly catch up on when I'm bored. I'm not saying it's bad by any means, but it just isn't high on my list of priorities in terms of reading. Now that we're done talking about them, I'm going to rank them all 1 to 5 based purely on my level of enjoyment of them.
Okay.
At 5th, we have Sensitive Boy. I appreciate what it tries to say about mental health issues, but as a manga, it just feels like it's lacking at the moment. Number 4 is My Dearest Self with Malice Afterthought. I love the premise of this manga, and the first third of it is really entertaining, but around the halfway mark, it starts to get a bit unserious. It has a messy middle and an ending that manages to be only slightly satisfying and a bit underwhelming at the same time. And third is Kagurabachi. I thought it was hilarious that I ended up landing on this one in the first place. The video where I asked everyone to recommend me a manga came out around the time the Kagurabachi memes were at their peak. So the comments were filled with Kagurabachi sweep and Kagurabachi is the GOAT and all that other stuff. I'm surprised I ended up liking it as much as I do. It's not spectacular just yet, but it looks cool, has a cinematic art style, and an interesting enough story. I'm looking forward to seeing what's next. And second is I Sold My Lifespan for 10,000 yen a day. This is a pretty short manga that I was able to read in just one sitting, and it was a hell of a ride. I'm sure this is going to make a great movie one day. It's really emotional with a relatable message that will just make you want to live more. Witch Hat Atelier is without a doubt the best manga out of these 5. I'm actually really glad that this was recommended to me, and it has become a recent favorite of mine. Please do not allow the fact that the protagonist is a little girl stop you from reading this. It's a beautiful story with stunning artwork set in an imaginative world filled with tragedy, hope, and magic. There is an anime confirmed, which is potentially really exciting if it can live up to the beauty of the manga. I will most likely be making an entire video dedicated to this in the future, so if you're interested in seeing it, make sure you subscribe. You can check the description for my socials, and if you're interested in supporting just a little bit more, you can join my Patreon and gain access to all sorts of bonus content over there. Thanks for watching. Peace.
Not bad, not bad. So that was from The Lost Crusader. That was a pretty good one. Most of them I already knew about, except like probably the personality driven one and the last one, Sensitive Boy. So that was interesting nonetheless. So that was fun. So we're gonna go to the next one. Like, subscribe, share, follow. They subscribe for 1 month. Oh, thank you, Rev. Hey, why is the thing not playing? This was a play. This was a play. Is the thing turned off? That's so weird. I don't know. It's been acting weird lately. Okay, so we're gonna move on. Like, subscribe, share, follow, comment. Hope you guys enjoy this. And I'll see you guys in the next one. And we're gonna go to our next video. Ooh. All right, so this one's from The Masked Man. It's still not working. I don't know. Something's going on. This thing's not working. Something's going on ever since it did whatever it did. Just try to say hello again in the chat. Because I don't even... the last thing I saw from you was yo.
Ryaga Samurai. Hi.
Says hi. Say again one more time. Let me see. Yeah, it's working. It says it's playing through.
Ryaga Samurai.
You still
Hi.
can't hear it? It's weird. Let's see. That's a weird one. I'm not sure why is it not reading out.
Says Teach there was an old message above this one.
Oh wait, are you talking? Wait. Are you talking from on YouTube? Or are you talking about
Says Hail
on Twitch, on TikTok? Cause like I'm hearing it.
Says TikTok.
TikTok. Okay. Oh, it's TikTok. Okay. Hold on. Wait. Hold on, Mew. Hold on. Can't go there. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, let me turn up a little bit more. Okay, say hello anyone on TikTok. Say hello. Wait,
Says
no.
you fixed YouTube.
I fixed YouTube. But you won't be able to hear the voice. Yeah, you won't be able to hear the voice from TikTok because I have the voice coming through my ear. Because if I have it through the what do you call it, the speaker, it's going to be playing into the mic with the all distorting and stuff. That's why it's best to come over here on YouTube and Twitch to hear everything. So anyone on YouTube, anyone on Twitch, TikTok, if you're saying anything on TikTok, it's gonna go through my ears. It's not gonna come through on regular, like through the speaker. That makes any sense. Please, for the love of Christ, I hope that makes sense. Alright guys, so we're doing the video over here with the Masked Man. So his recommendation on these mangas is, I hate fans of this manga, but they are right.
Says I was talking about YouTube,
but you fixed it. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so that's great. So we're gonna play this another video and see where this takes us. So this is a recommendation of, I guess, one manga. So we're gonna play it, hear it, and see where it goes. Let's go.
First rodeo. I'm aware that every fan base has its good and bad, but most of the interactions I've had with fans of this manga haven't been pleasant. The manga is Yusugoi, sitting at 539 chapters, and was serialized from 2006 to 2017, written by Toshio Sako. This has been one of the most requested series for me to check out, and the more that I interacted with the fans of this series, the higher my expectations were. Also, the more I was convinced 95% of this fandom was from India. Still, I wanted to give this series a fair chance, since the last manga I read that was this hyped up was Ashita no Joe. And looking back, I honestly went into that series actively looking for things to dislike, and I didn't want to make that same mistake again. Was this series really one of the, if not the best manga to exist? Well, I'd have to read it all for myself and find out. Unfortunately, it did not start off well. The premise is our main character, Madarame Baku, also known as Yusugoi, which translates into the Lie Eater, is an absolute monster in gambling and participates in these life-threatening gambles. But the overarching plot point is with the organization in charge of making sure these gambles are followed through with and played by the rules, for the most part known as the Kakuro. I'll paint a brief picture since this is going to be the format for the majority of the manga. Say you and I want to gamble for $10 million. No matter what game we decide to play for said money, the Kakuro will send over one of their 101 referees to survey the gamble. These aren't any normal referees, these are top-tier Hitman level referees, because nothing about this series is ordinary. Madarame's goal is to take over the organization by surpassing the current leader, and when we meet him at the beginning of the manga through Kaji, the most unlucky and really lucky individual at the same time, Baku had attempted to do so already and failed, so it's back to square one. And just in case for any confusion, I swapped between Madarame and Baku just because I can't decide which one to go with, but for this video I'll go with Baku from now on. Now, it all sounds wonderful, but what I found to be the issue for me when reading the early parts of Yusugoi was that because of how high Baku's character is built up to be, and how quickly he shows it's not an exaggeration, I personally wasn't as invested as I would have wanted to be, since I never really felt like he was in danger.
I don't remember these people at all. Are you sure?
Ryaga Samurai. Yet.
Okay, so I guess we'll skip this one then. So this one's from Action Tune. The darkest isekai manga I've ever read, sorry. So they're gonna tell us what their recommendation on this got. It was 3 months ago and this got 1 million views. So let's see where it goes.
Their empire. With this bravery, Commander Gerard hopes they will already put an end.
Bounty Mega Roll. 4 rolls in 1.
3, 2, 1. Okay, let's go.
A long time ago, a war broke the world. Everyone is screaming at the top of their lungs, fighting till the strongest remains. However, there is a plot twist to that. It seems like the main protagonist of this story would be an isekai. So when did it all start? It was a clear and sunny day in his past life. A man named Takakuro Raizo is preparing to go to work. However, as he walks out of his apartment, he knows for a fact that he is tired to even move an inch. Because of that, he ended up finding himself laying on the ground. As his chest pumps hard, he starts to pray not to die this way at all. That said, his life as Takakuro Raizo had ended abruptly. But the man who takes a second life in a strange new world is now known as Walm. He's seen holding his hands together again like it's a habit. A man named Jose then states that they need to group up together once again. They are all worried that their commander will start bragging about the results of the war again. Speaking of war results, it seems like Walm was able to take down 9 of them in one go. Jose then states to him that he should be proud of himself too, since he has acquired so many good things in one go. However, Walm states that something like this is nothing to be proud of. Jose then asks why. Walm, with the coldest voice anyone could give, states that he is only doing all of these because it is his job to do so, stating that he didn't kill them to up his numbers at all. Because for him, when the states say kill, it is his duty to kill as a loyal soldier. Walm now lives in a world where war still rages, so he always feels obligated to do what the higher-ups say, just like his old self in his past life. Hearing this somehow made Jose think of Walm as a severe guy. Now that their job at the battlefield is done, they eventually decide to leave the bloody scene and join the squad. That night, everyone was resting and having the time of their lives after another big war had ended. Walm, on the other hand, sits quietly, enjoying his food to the fullest. Then a big man enters the scene, calling Walm's name. As soon as he gets a grip on Walm's shoulders, he then states that he has heard rumors of Walm taking down 9 enemy soldiers on his own. However, the man who reeks so much of alcohol states that he still wins considering he took down 15 of them. He tries to pity Walm.
Oh, no. I just realized this is an hour long. No, I'm sorry. And I just realized that's just a story time type thing. That's not going to work. This one's 18 minutes, so I guess we only did 2, sadly. If this will be even the second one, but it is what it is. I'm sorry about that. I just realized not only that was a story time thing, I was going to let it pass because it's something, but I realized that's an hour long. Hell no, I don't have time for that. So, challenging myself to read 25 manga recommendations by Magrave offline. You tell me, Brian, if you've seen this before or not. So let's hit this.
Do to make sure we fortified as a unit, but don't leave me mortified. If you'd have kept it 100, a brother would be more than fine. Gave you more than time, gave you some peace of mind. That's why I got some qualms about the way you treated mine. You came close to doing damage to my third.
So I asked my subscribers, more specifically on Discord, to give me recommendations of manga to read. And I imposed a few rules. I told them I would read the first 5 chapters of whatever they recommended, 1 manga per person, and can range from absolute trash to anything that they want. I took this idea from Alex, so the original video will be in the description. If you missed out on this opportunity, do not worry, I'll be doing the same thing but for manhwa, so be sure to join our Discord server so you can give your own recommendation in the future. Without further delay, let's get into the recommendations. The first recommendation comes from The Collector, and it's Ibitu, a horror manga. Now, I'm not the type to read horror manga all the time, but I do enjoy it once in a while. This story is about some kind of urban legend where a Lolita appears somewhere and asks you a question. If you answer, she'll say that she's now your little sister and eventually kill everyone and everything. Of course, the main character answers and the story goes on from there. I did enjoy the story somewhat. There's some weird parts where the Lolita was trying to iron his actual little sister's private parts because she wet herself with fear. But I didn't.
What? Bro. The freeze frame, that's not even helping, but like, bro. No, no, we don't do that here. We don't do that here. But why though? Well, I guess if you're, I guess this is for the edge, but like Jesus, that's no man.
Ariana Amelia Weber.
That sounds terrible.
What's going on? I haven't been listening.
Enjoy it when she walked around with
I
a
don't know,
sledgehammer
repeat
on
it.
some Triple H shit. Overall, I give it like a 6 out of 10, and I'll probably finish it since it only has 13 chapters. The next recommendation comes from Jesus, and he told me to read Radiant. Now, I've watched the anime of this series, but I never read the manga. I read the first 5 chapters, and I really...
Okay, I know of Radiant, but I don't really know what is Radiant. Like, I know it's a fantasy anime, kind of like, I guess, like your Shaman Kings or your Hunter x Hunter or whatever, but like, no, I don't hear people talk bad about it, and I don't hear people talk about it at all. The only time I remember about Radiant, or at least I know about Radiant, is that it's made by, I guess it's made by a French mangaka. He's French or something to that factor. And also, I know there's an anime from Crunchyroll. But I don't know, something about that show. Like, I don't have the desire to go watch it, but I know it exists. I don't hear anyone talk about it badly, and I just don't hear anyone mention it in good either. I feel like it's like kind of mid.
Says what's it called again?
Yeah, he's French.
Says yeah, he's French.
It's called Radiant, but like it. When I look at it, it looks extreme. Not, I won't say it don't look extremely generic. It looks, the art style looks fine. It just isn't anything. It's not okay. If I were to compare it to like Gacha Lakuta or like Soul Eater or
Says,
something.
I think I've heard of that. I've never read it though.
Like, it's just like
Says
I
had a
look at
known
it.
user for 5 rating.
It looks kind of generic. I could be wrong. It could be actually really good for all I know. I don't know. I have not. I tried to watch episode 1, but I couldn't get past it on like Crunchyroll way back when I had it. And just, I don't know what it was. It just felt very generic, and I don't think I liked the voice of the protagonist, because he had like this very annoying voice or something. I don't know, he had this naggy like sounding voice. It's just so weird. I don't know, it just started off very generic.
I like it. This is a story about a world where monsters and wizards exist. While you may be thinking this is some sort of like dungeons type of thing, I would say it's more close to fairy tale.
Fairy tale, that's what it is.
Else.
That's what it is. That's what I'm looking at. Like, it reminds me of fairy. Wow, the irony of what I'm doing.
Now, I did enjoy the story. The art is amazing, and it's really close to the anime, at least from what I remember. One of the aspects that I did enjoy the most was the fact that there's no slow moments, it's very fast paced, so I'll definitely recommend this to anyone new to manga. I'll give it a fairy tale out of 10.
What's a fairy tale out of 10? What is it? It's generic, but it's not bad?
The first isekai of the day comes from Unknown303, as he asked me to read Isekai Peak.
Says yeah, I only
now, this
finished
is one of the few
season
isekais I haven't read, and I
What
haven't
is your,
watched
like,
anime
I want to
either.
know, Bri, what is your synopsis on that? What, if you had to
Says
rate it,
low.
if you had to rate it, what would you say? Is it worth the read? Or is it worth even the watch? Is it worth the watch? Should I give it a chance again? Or should I just not give it even, like, don't even bother? It's not like calling the cows home or anything like that.
Says haven't read it.
Well, I mean, like, the anime, I mean, because I know you said you only watched it. So, like, what is, like, your... Like, do you recommend it, or do you, like, eh? Should I pass it up?
Says it's meh.
It's mid, okay.
So I was really excited about it. As I read the first 5 chapters, I found out that this is an amazing work. The world building, the characters, everything is perfect. So the main character finds a portal to the other side. It's a different world where urban legends or myths live. And there she finds another girl. Now, while the manga can be a bit confusing in the second chapter, it kinda planes out and you'll understand what's happening. I really did enjoy this manga. I'm a huge fan of isekai mangas, so I'll give this one an 8 out of 10.
Says maybe season 2 will change my mind.
The next recommendation comes from
I thought
Naruto.
there's wait, season 2 is not out yet, or is like you just haven't watched season 2 yet? Is that what it is? I'm pretty sure they should pass season 2 by now, because I know that Radiant show came out like in 2019, 2018, I think, a little before the pandemic. Yeah, I think 2017, 2019-ish.
Says it's out.
Okay, so you just haven't watched it yet, okay.
He told me to read Oki on Anoko and not to go back on my word. And after seeing the cover, I know where this is going, and to be honest, I do not expect more from a Naruto fan. Now, I've read this is about a short guy and a bunch of tall girls on a volleyball team, and that's about it. The rest is mostly them getting into it, let's say. But my main question is, why would you make me read this? From all the manga that you have, you made me read this. That's fine, that's one of the rules. So I'll give this a big Y out of 10, and I do not recommend this to absolutely anyone.
Why would you let me read this?
Now, a recommendation by a deleted user, I hope you're watching. He asked me to read The Exiled Reincarnated Heavy Knight is Unrivaled in-game knowledge. Now, this is right up my alley, I really enjoyed it. This story follows a story of our main character that manifested a defective class called Heavy Knight. But he remembers from his previous life that it's the same as the game he used to play, and it's an overpowered class. The whole story so far is about him leveling up, gaining new statuses, new skills, and so on. Stories with game elements is something that I enjoy, and I'm pretty sure I've recommended this work in a previous video. But even then, I really enjoyed it, and so thank you for recommending it. I'll give it a 8.5 out of 10.
Okay.
The next recommendation comes from Yodazo, and he told me to read What Do You Wish For With Those Murky Eyes. Now, this is an isekai that I've never heard about. Like most isekais, after a few chapters, the story is driven by something else other than the fact that the main character was reincarnated. And this story is about war. The main character reincarnates as a poor person, and to make ends meet, he decides to join the army. Now, there's still some type of magic, but so far it's not really a huge plot point. Now, the art is amazing, the fights are absolutely stunning, so I definitely recommend any of you reading this. I'll give it Everybody's Getting...
I just always wondered, why wouldn't you not want to learn magic if you live in a magical world? Now, I can understand if you're not able to, because how the power systems are, because your body is built a certain way and you could have to be born into it. But if it's in those power systems where anyone can learn magic if they just put the time in, I will put so much time in magic. I would drop this art thing so fast. I would drop art, everything I know and love, and just go and learn magic. Because magic can literally solve majority of your problems. It's like free money if you think of it now, because you can use magic for mercenary reasons. You can use it for alpha culture reasons. It can be an application for virtually anything and everything. Dark magic, light magic, earth magic, fire magic, water magic, shadow magic, gravity magic, air magic. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like it convert, like, I guess nature magic if you're talking about wood and greens and stuff. I don't know. It's like any type of application. Like look at things like black clover, or like anything can be considered magic, right? Sound magic. You know what I'm saying? Like anything could be magic. I would drop everything just to learn magic, no matter how long it takes. I would, because there's magic that can probably de-ageify you. So like even if you put so much time into it and you lost so much time, there's probably a time signature magic or forbidden time signature magic. You can go back in time and get all the time you got back, so it's not like anything's lost. Pretty sure that's somewhat forbidden to do. But like then again, that'll be awesome to get all that time back that you lost, and then you got the same skills that you just required over time. Why not? Why not learn magic? You just saved yourself a bunch of headache. I'm pretty sure there's health magic where you can help fix your teeth and help your muscles, or some type of magic that does that. That would be so cool. So why would you not want to learn magic? I will virtually learn magic for the sake of just knowing it. Just like, it doesn't matter.
Slashed away out of 10.
Dun, dun, dun.
The next recommendation comes from one of our mods, Overtime 2.0, and he recommended Dun Dun Dun. And honestly, this work is absolutely amazing.
Says I would want to learn
of horror,
like magic.
funny, and wholesome. A story about
I would like to learn like maybe time magic, but like other than time magic, I would like to learn like shadow magic. That'd be so cool.
On a mission to exorcise spirits or ghosts and defeat aliens. The best thing about this work is uniqueness. The unique character.
I would want to learn forbidden magic, but I feel like once you learn forbidden magic, you have to make a bunch of like what's the right term? You have to make a bunch of like
Says definitely teleport magic.
That too. But like yeah, traveling magic, like transfer magic. Anything like I would like to learn forbidden magic, but the problem is with forbidden magic, there's always a price you have to pay, or if something goes wrong, you can't pretty much not reverse it. It's pretty permanent, and you can probably curse yourselves and people around you or the whole town you're in, probably in the whole world. So I would not touch that. I would touch magic that is not that like that costly, you know what I'm saying? So like that, I would love to learn any of those type of things. That'd be cool.
Unique plotline and unique world building, and overall combined it makes for an exciting read. I read only 5 chapters.
Is there a difference between demonic magic and like black magic? Is there a difference? I don't think there's a difference. They're pretty sure the same thing, aren't they?
Says yes.
There's a difference? Oh damn, I did not know. Oh shit, I didn't know that. Like there's like, I guess I don't know if this is just because it's from Black Clover, but I guess anti-magic is a thing now, which I don't understand. How is it anti-magic, but it's magic, but it's not? It's like 0?
Says demonic magic is more aimed towards Lucifer's words.
Oh. And what? Black magic? What's the difference between that? Like it's just evil for the sake of being evil? There's no higher entity that's connected to it? Is that what that is? It's just for like chaos, but nothing more.
Per the rules,
says
but I'll
black
be sure to
magic
read more
is
as soon as
just
I can.
hexes,
I'll give this one a 9.1 out of 10.
Oh, okay, okay. Interesting.
The next recommendation comes from Ritzy Dog, and he told me to read Killing Me, Killing You. And I've read this, I've recommended this, so
just let everyone know right now, if for those who don't know, we're doing the podcast video, whatever. So if you want to hear the recommendations that's happening over here, it's on YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, or Kick. You can pick any of those platforms to watch it with me as you're hearing the recommendations are happening. If you're on TikTok, you won't hear it at all. So when I'm talking randomly about something you're not really sure of, because of if I'm just talking, I'm not talking for the talking's sake. It's literally because we're listening to something. So I'm just responding, reacting to said video. So if you're confused, and any second, come over here on YouTube and Twitch, it will make much more sense.
This story is set up in a world where most of the population has died due to a catastrophe, except for some people who have become immortal. And the story follows Mithya and Youth, both immortals who are
Says
trying
so
to
the
search for a
devil
way to
aka
die.
Lucifer
Of course,
is his own entity with his own set of powers and rules asterisk.
Oh, okay. I understand. Okay. So like, let's just use witch magic. Witch magic is basically just demonic magic borrowed from the devil. Is that what that is? Because most witches are considered the concubine of the devil once you start doing what?
Says exactly.
Okay, there we go. Okay, I gotcha.
Situations or even sad moments. But what sets this work apart from the others is truly its setting and uniqueness. I give this one a 9 out of 10.
Says witches, mediums,
The next
warlocks,
one is Tengen
etc.
Hero Wars by Star-Lord 007. Now this one gives me the vibes of Records of Ragnarok, but instead of having heroes battle gods, this time you have our main character, which is a normal human, battling against other heroes.
Just be clear, to distinct...
Says black magic is under the voodoo side.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought that was like, okay. So like black, like, so wait, question. I just want to make sure of this. When you're dealing with a shaman is another term of witch. Is that just saying another, like a mage or a witch, but just different name? And if so, is that still dabbling in like demonic or black magic? Just want to just make a good sense out of that. Right here needs to be fixed.
Says it's still considered witchcraft, which is demonic.
Ah, okay. Alright, gotcha.
Heroes. Now, even though I only read 5 chapters and there's only 10 out, I do feel like this story has an amazing potential,
Says
just
you know
like
the
Records of
pentagram.
Ragnarok. The art is
Yeah.
beautiful, the representation
The
of
star.
war heroes is quite
And the
different,
circle.
and pair that with the tactics and the intelligence of our main character, I really enjoy this story. I'll give it a let's wait and see out of 10.
These are some strange ratings. Like, I understand he's trying to be funny, but these ratings are weird. They're not really ratings, they're just like whatever feels to be the time of not even the rating, but how I rate them by categorizing them. You're better off just categorizing them instead of rating them by a number. It just feels kind of pointless. I don't know, it's weird.
Says interesting ratings.
The next recommendation comes from Oth, and he also recommended me an isekai. You know, my moderators know what I like. The name is I Become
Says
a
it's a
Rogue Lord in
witch's
a world
symbol
where
that
only
is
I can level
deprived
up.
from the devil.
Now, to
Sorry
give you a
if
quick
I'm dropping
rundown, the main
TMI.
character is
Oh
a
no,
young
that's
man who was
perfectly
first
fine.
place on the leaderboard
That's
of
perfectly
strategy
fine.
game.
I was curious on it anyway because it was like I always feel like they're kind of be interchangeable based on how you use them, but maybe there are distinctions between them, but they are kind of like, you know, like how you have like Christians and you have Seventh-day Adventists and you have Jehovah's Witness. They're all different factions of the same religion in some form, you know. They have their different like ways on how they walk down that line of what that religion is, and what customs they have, but they usually tend to serve the same type of God 9 times out of 10, but just under different circumstances and beliefs under the same God. So it's like that's why I'm kind of like hearing.
Says
like
I
that.
rate this manga or wait until I finish my food
Food
out of
10. I know, right? So weird.
Game. And when he does, the management decides to reincarnate him in the world of the game itself. Now, as this one, we've seen many, but this one is more focused on world building, kingdom domination, war, that type of stuff. And while I did enjoy it a lot, this one is quite heavy on text. Nonetheless, this is something that I would definitely recommend on my channel, so I would give it a
Says
like
witnesses are
7.5,
basically
8 out
the
of 10.
ones that are strictly biblical.
Ah.
The next one comes from Merc, and he told me to read The Angel Next Door Spoils Me Rotten, and he told me that it's to cleanse your heart from all the dark core action they might recommend. And he was
What the
definitely
hell?
right, they did recommend me that, and this manga did cleanse my heart. So this story is about Amane, the most beautiful girl in school, and Mahiro, who lives just next door. It's a comedy romance slice of life and something that I really enjoyed. It's a peaceful story and wholesome at times that doesn't have any action or crazy plot twists. It's a really nice story for the fans of the genre, and me who doesn't have much knowledge in this area, I would still give it a 10 out of 10.
Says same
Perfect
things with
story.
Christians, but less biblical. They follow the word mostly from KJV.
Ah.
Next up, we have the recommendation of Otaku. He told me to read The Millennium Alchemist, but since that's a manhwa,
They're
I
all
went to
in,
the
like,
second
they're
recommendation,
kind of like the
Oshi no
same
Ko.
faction. They're
I've
different
actually
factions
heard a
of the
lot
same
about this
thing.
manga,
It's kinda
and
funny.
it's getting an anime adaptation starting this month. Now, the story is quite complex. This is about an idol who's pregnant at 16, and her doctor who is a fan. He decides to keep it a secret, but on the day of the delivery of the babies, he gets killed, but he's reincarnated as one of the twins. Now, even though this
Wait,
story
what?
might sound chaotic and quite
Wait, hold the hell up. Wait. Whoa. So, The idol gets
Says
pregnant.
Asterisk religion is just people's way of molding God in their own words. Asterisk.
Yeah, I guess so. But like when I see it here, it's like it says here that the dude was a doctor. The girl got pregnant. She had the baby. He somehow gets, I guess, taken out. And when he gets taken out, he reincarnates in one of the babies?
Says wait, this is Oshinoko.
Is it?
Quite strange, it's actually quite good. It was quite underrated for a long time, but I feel that now that it's getting an anime adaptation, people are paying more attention to it. I would definitely recommend this on my channel, and I'll give this one a 9.7 out of 10. Next up comes a recommendation of a eating goat, and he told me something about the worst manga that he read called Wolf Guy. So, of course, I gave it a try. Now, I wouldn't say this is the worst I've read, but it's not that good, not that bad. As you may have guessed by the name, the main character is a werewolf, and he goes on fights and whatever. Now, a few things that I gotta say. First of all, the art is quite old, which I like, but it's also quite dark. The story is extremely violent, with gore everywhere and people dying often. And overall, I heard that the story is quite depressing, but since I've only read 5 chapters, I cannot say that it is or not. So, with all of that in mind, I'll give it a Twilight out of 10, and you can make your own conclusions.
What the hell? Okay, you're getting on my nerves with these. He's getting on my nerves with this.
Next up, we have a recommendation by Tofu. He told me to read Mashal, and I've read this and recommended it on my channel, so I'll make this short. Now, this story is a comedy battle shonen manga that makes a parody out of Harry Potter. The main character is a person who can't use magic, so instead he turned his muscles and now is jacked. Because of some reasons, he gets sent to the magic school.
I gotta watch
Mashal. I really like the story. The comedy is amazing, the fights are insane, and everything about it is just good. Just for you to get an idea of how good it is, it's getting an anime adaptation this month as well. So I'll give this a Harry Potter out of 10, and you should probably go and read the manga and watch it.
So pretty much Mashal is pretty much is like it's just Harry Potter but Giga Chad is Giga Chad Harry Potter. Harry Potter at
anime.
I am not liking this.
Nihonkoku Shokan, or Japan Summons. That's a recommendation by Tipses, and if I had to describe this manga in one sentence, it would be, why send just one person to another world? Let's send the whole islands of Japan. This is what this work is about. The whole of Japan gets summoned to another world, this world being your normal medieval world full of different creatures, different races, all of that jazz.
The whole of
Now,
Japan?
there's no main character specifically. This is just a bunch of events and a bunch of action and wars, which I quite liked and I quite didn't. I like the fact that it's not focused on anyone, but the fact that it just war over and over again every single chapter, it gets quite boring quite fast. But it's still a decent manga. Be careful though, there's some gruesome parts, let's say. Overall, I did enjoy the read, and this is something that I'll probably read on my off time, so I'll give it a 7 out of 10, and I'll recommend it to you guys as well. Next up is a recommendation of Fault, and he told me to read Blue Lock. I've watched the anime, I've read the manga, this is an absolute banger. If you're like me and you like sports anime or sports manga, this one is perfect, everything about it. The characters are well made, the story is beautiful, and the pacing is also really good. Without a doubt, one of my go-to recommendations if you like sports manga or anime, so I'll recommend anyone to watch it. Thank you Fault for recommending it, and I'll give it a 10 out of 10.
Actual rating. Thank you. Took for like almost all the video.
The next recommendation is Rosengarten Saga by Nard Ardensen. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce that right. Now this manga was a wild ride. It starts off with explicit sex from the beginning, a village that gets ambushed by bandits and everybody's getting the R word, and then a girl gets a sword and she transforms people into girls or men into girls. It's a wild manga. But I can't say it's bad. If you look at it from the perspective that it's a parody, this one is actually one of the best I've seen. Of course, if you don't like the type of degenerate or sexual comedy, then this manga won't be for you. But if you do like it, well, give it a try. I'll give this one a what the fuck is going on out of 10.
What the hell?
This manga was recommended by Shadow Reaper, and it's called Die Dark. This is about a teenage boy, Zaha, who possesses...
Imagine this happened to you in your village, and you get turned into a female. In the process of this happening to you. That's not only traumatizing, that's just upsetting on how many levels. I would hate for this to happen to me.
Says this rating makes sense. Says I'd be so happy.
I'll be so happy.
His terrible powers, and his bones are said to grant wishes.
No, man.
He, along with Avakian, his skeletal buddy, let's say, are searching for whoever put that curse in Zaha's body, along with trying to
Says
not
like
get
the song
killed.
Freaky
Well, I quite
Friday by
enjoy the
Chris
story
Brown.
and the art, at least for the
Yeah,
first 5
but like,
chapters. I don't see...
Freaky Friday while being assaulted all at the same time. That's like, what? Like, okay, one thing, although I like being assaulted, but the second thing, I'm being turned into something else I'm not familiar with, and then I have to make out what life is. Talk about a twist.
Much to it. Let's say that the story is enjoyable and quite different, but it's not out there, if you know what I mean. So I'll give this one a 7 out of 10, but still thank you for the recommendation.
Says to how I turn back.
This recommendation comes from Kunlun, and it's called The Kingdoms of the Ruined. Humanity
Yeah,
lived
exactly.
in peace with witches until some scientific civilization
Says being
decided
assaulted
that
plus
they are no
changed
longer
to
necessary.
female
So they
plus not
started a
knowing
witch
none
hunt.
about the
The
body
story follows
equals.
Adonis,
Ugh.
a witch's apprentice that saw her getting killed in front of him. Let me start by saying that I really like this story. From the first chapter, it grabs you and it gets you hooked on what it's...
Then, like, in the worst thing, you get turned into a female, and then you have to, like, figure out how to be a female, and then you have to figure out how to navigate as a female and not get, you know, this happened to you. You're already being this already happening to you. You know, and you don't want that happening again.
happening. Of course, seeing the main character's revenge and trying to destroy everything and everyone is amazing as usual, but something about the characters makes it different from the others. Without a doubt, something that I would definitely recommend, so you guys give it a try. I'll give it an 8 out of 10.
Okay, actual rating.
Next recommendation comes from Ichikai Yuma, and he told me to read Isekai de Tadahitori. Now, I've read this manga, and I can tell you right now, I do not like it. First of all, the name is not actually Isekai, it's Sekai, because this is definitely not an Isekai. Now, I'll tell you the reasons why I do not like it. First of all, the MC is super dumb. Like, I'm not even joking, like, he's insanely dumb, and at some point you wonder, is this not enough? So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I definitely do not like it. The second one is the power levels. Now, it's definitely not uncommon to see different power levels and some weird things in this type of works, but this one takes the cake. The main character is level 100 and has like a 99 level swordmanship, but he still struggles against levels 50s. It does not make sense. I totally get you wanting some close fights so you can get some tension, but it's just not it. If you want, just make an overpowering character that just absolutely destroys everybody.
Wait, what?
Overall, I do not like it. I'll give it a 2 out of 10, and I'd rather read the entire book.
That's what I'm saying. I knew it. I know it. I know it. This whole time, bro, I've been fearing that, having that feeling for the longest while. I feel like it handicaps the hell out of you. It feels like, in a weird and strange way, that even though it does its job, I feel like there's some weird training wheel thing going on with it that just doesn't feel quite right. Like from the other programs like Clip Studio Paint and Photoshop, like it just, something about it throws me off.
Says it underscore teach says this all the time, lol.
I knew it! I knew it! My bias was not wrong! I knew it! I thought I was just being biased, but damn it, I'm right! Something about everything, because this is why I don't watch tutorials. I don't watch tutorials with Procreate users when I'm trying to learn how to do something, because it just, something about it just throws me off. I thought it was crazy. That was just me being biased, but damn, I knew there was some form of handicapping. I couldn't put my finger what it was, but just something about it throws me off. Thank God. And finally, someone confirms it to me.
For the rest of my life.
I knew something was up with that thing.
The next recommendation comes from a new member on our Discord server, Orochi, and he recommended me to read Rebuild World. This is a type of
Says
sci-fi,
Clip Studio and
post-apocalyptic
etc. is
fantasy
more
world,
towards seasoned
where people
artists.
called hunters look for relics so they can sell them. Now, this may look like your normal hunter type of story.
So wait, question. What's making you think it's handicapped though? Because I don't just want to run with that one narrative and say that and not know. I might as well know why. Why do you feel that way? Because since you have it, it just makes more sense to hear from someone who actually uses it compared to someone who's just, you know, haven't used it and think it just looks cool. I still haven't had anyone complain about it, but not have also an issue at the same time. This is clear. I'm just very curious to know.
Very, very, very different. There's no systems or anything like that. This is not dungeons. This is not all of that. And because of that, I quite enjoy this work actually. So thank you Orochi for recommending it. I read the first 5 chapters and I really like it. I'll give it a 6 out of 10 just because I don't know what's going to happen next. Next recommendation comes from Kodai, also a new member, and he told me to read Ragnar Crimson. I've read this work, and I have recommended it in a past video. I don't want to give too much away though, so I'll make it quick and short. Whatever you're doing right now, stop it and go read it. This is an absolute amazing work and I cannot stress out how good it is. I'll give it a quick masterpiece out of 10, so go read it right now. Pretty much like the last one, I've read this work already. Adriatico recommended me to read Tongenaki. This is a child between Jujutsu Kaisen and Demon Slayer and it's really good. Obviously, since it's a shonen, it follows the stereotypical shonen genre, but it doesn't mean it's bad. Also, the art is
Says I
stunning,
thought he was
so
gonna
this is
rate it a
definitely something I'll
McDonald's
recommend
meal
you
out
to
of
read it
10.
if you have it. Overall,
Bry.
a very good work, so I'll give it a 9 out of 10. The last recommendation comes from Yatogami, and he told me to read Kitaku Tochu. This is some type of fantasy world, but also it's the normal world where...
I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like his mic is a little too low.
Says it Bob 3 for hi Bob.
Hey Bob.
A lot of species besides humans coexist. 40 years ago or something, 2 spaces collide, and that's when another species came to be on Earth. Now the story follows this delinquent-looking high school boy who saves 2 twins from a dragon girl, and now he's their father. Now, while this manga is not like groundbreaking or anything, it's still a cute little story, and it does showcase some genuine parenting struggles. Overall, it's a nice story to read if you don't have anything else to do, so I'll give it a 6 out of 10, and I hope you do enjoy it if you read it.
Okay.
This is it for me for this video. I hope you guys like this type of video.
Says
Leave a like and
Procreate
subscribe to
also
the channel,
makes art
and don't
theft
forget to
easy
join
for
the Discord
thieves.
server so you can give your own recommendations to me in the future. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.
I thought it was just me. Just looking at Procreate as a hater, I thought I was just hating internally. Guess not. I guess I was right after all. I feel like it holds your hand for some odd reason. That's just how it feels to me. Like, I think it's like you said. I think it's a good app for beginning artists who wants to learn how to get into digital. But like more like Photoshop and Clip Studio Paint and any other program beyond that is probably people who have some idea of how to use use digital or wants to get into digital, but don't mind to learn to live actually more than they should. All right. So with that said, that was the end of that. So we're done. I was going to play Genshin, but I was like, it's already 9. I'm trying not to do some late night drive thing because I don't want to burn out. So I'll try to get on tomorrow early as best as I can. The earlier, the more likely we'll play Genshin, but I don't like playing past like a certain time. So because I know that's kind of taking a lot of toll on me. So have a good night, everyone. I'm gonna let you guys go. This was McGrave offline with his recommendations of mangas. Some I kind of recognized, some I didn't, but that's kind of good that I find ones I didn't know about, even though some of his ratings was kind of ridiculous. But like I think that was just the point. But I'm not gonna take it too serious.
Says I'm still trying to see if this is Lucy or Rebecca.
Oh, I'm doing Lucy. I'm Lucy. Because like since Fairy Tale is trending, to finish her up. I gotta finish her face and everything. I don't like the eyes. The eyes are kind of bothering me. But the body's not that bad. I'm gonna do something with this leg in the back because it looks like it's just one leg. It looks really weird. And I gotta fix this belt. It doesn't look right.
Says okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna put Happy and Lucy in one room, and then one sitting, and then fix the whip or the rope or whatever the hell. So I'm gonna do Lucy and then Happy, and then after that, move on to another fan art or something. Oh, I'm just batching a lot of content for next week, so when I'm gone, it's not like I ever left. I just went streaming for that week. So like, I'm trying to batch as much content. So all right. Have a great night, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for coming in. I do appreciate it, and this was awesome to have you guys here. Thank you, Bride. Thank you, Azure, and everyone who came in. I do appreciate it, and all the great stuff. So have a great night, guys. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Stay safe, and all that great stuff. So I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night. I'm out of here, guys.
Says good night, everyone.
Night, night. Later, bro. Later, bro. I'm out. Let's go. Alright, YouTube, Twitch, I'm out of here, guys.